Chapter 740. Dongqing Wudi could understand why Zhou Mulan said nothing. However, just because he could understand it didn't mean that he wouldn't feel troubled. In fact, no matter what group it was impossible for the internal structure to be monolithic. Where there were people, there would be politics. There would be different ideas and different demands. For a country, a president who could unify the different voices in the country was an outstanding president. For a group, a leader who could unify the different voices in the group was an outstanding leader. There were different groups in the country. There were different groups within the group. Balance and compromise were topics that could never be avoided if one wanted to have a common voice and allow a country or group to develop smoothly. Zhou Mulan was one of the veteran leaders of the giant group, but he was also Zhou Yuanshan's father. In such a sensitive situation, if Su Xinghe failed, Zhou Yuanshan was likely to reach the top in Jiangxia. He was trained as the next leader of the giant group. If Zhou Yuanshan, who was only 36 years old this year, could reach the top in Jiangxia, in the following time his huge age advantage could make him manage his team better and strive for the number one position in 20 years. Zhou Mulan's term was less than 3 years away. At this time, if he could push Zhou Mulan up, he would definitely not hesitate. He had given Dongqing Wudi a lot of face by refraining from making a clear statement at the meeting. "Where's Dad?" Bai Qingzhao suddenly asked. After such a thing happened at the meeting, it was impossible for Bai Zhanfang to return to the council yard in Yuzhou. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with the giant group, but it might be related to the future pattern of the giant group. Who could be careless? He's a guest in the Hidden Dragon Sea's 5th building. Dongqing Wudi took out a cigarette, lit it, and handed one to Bai Qingzhao. Bai Qingzhao was stunned and felt relieved. The 5th building in the Hidden Dragon Sea was called Cunning Pavilion, where Zhou Mulan lived. As one of the 9 directors, Dongqing Wudi naturally had a residence in the Hidden Dragon Sea. The 3rd building, Glowing Pavilion, was prepared for Dongqing Wudi. However, Dongqing Wudi spent most of his time in the army headquarters building, and rarely went there. Bai Qingzhao pondered. As soon as the meeting ended, Bai Zhanfang went to Zhou Mulan's place. It was extremely important for them to reach an agreement. Your attitude is also very important. Bai Qingzhao thought for a moment. What do you think about Su Xinghe? It's not easy for me to talk about this. Dongqing Wudi shook his head helplessly. It's hard to guess the president's attitude. If you don't speak, then the Southeast group. There will be problems. But if it's just once, it's not a big problem. As you said, the Wang family of Beihai has no way out. If they can't stand it, they have to stand it. I'm silent this time. Even if the Wang family of Beihai is dissatisfied, they won't say much. But the problem is, what about the future? Now they had bypassed the problem of Tianlan and started to attack the Southeast group. Su Xinghe was the first one. Who knew who the second one would be? If we continue to remain silent, then what is the so-called cooperation? Bai Qingzhao took a deep breath and muttered, if this continues, who knows how long it will take? If this matter is suppressed by Li Huaqing, his prestige will be damaged, but it can actually destroy our relationship with the Southeast. I don't know how many years Tianlan will have to stay in the desert. Dongqing Wudi did not speak. I have 2 suggestions. First, we must let the task force have some concrete evidence. Secondly, we have to find a way to test the president's attitude. He has the involvement of the academics, and they are plotting something big in this matter. There might be a chance. Bai Qingzhao said slowly, word by word. It's useless. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. The task force is a cover. How can we find evidence of Qi Mulan's treason? Even if there is, evidence isn't the deciding factor at the level of the parliament. The establishment of the task force is just a way for both sides to take a step back in order to save face. What about the president's attitude? Bai Qingzhao put out his cigarette. Dongqing Wudi's expression was a little gloomy. He pondered in silence for a long time before slowly saying, if you were the president, what would you choose? Bai Qingzhao was stunned. He did not quite understand. He subconsciously shook his head and said, I don't know. He bypassed Tianlan and attacked Beihai, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't care about Tianlan and Emperor Dong's palace. In this way his choices are limited. First, he was waiting for me to come to him. On the matter of Tianlan, he took a step back and announced that Qi Mulan had committed treason and Tianlan was innocent. We both reached a compromise and gave enough benefits to the academics. In this way, we, the Prince Group and the Academy, will join hands to suppress the Southeast Group. The Wang family of Beihai will definitely lose. Bai Qingzhao glanced at Dongqing Wudi and waited for him to continue. Second, an indescribable brilliance flashed through Dongqing Wudi's eyes, and his voice became a little low. Second, we take down Su Xinghe and let Yuan Shan take the position. He will come to us on his own initiative and promise to fully support Yuan Shan in the next 20 years to let him take that position. As for the conditions, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said coldly, we give up Tianlan. Bai Qingzhao sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up abruptly, almost knocking over the tea table. The wine in the small celadone bowl shook violently and spilled out. Fully support Zhou Yuanshan and give up Li Tianlan. Li Huaqing's choice was infinitely magnified in Bai Qingzhao's mind in an instant. If he chose this proposal, he would not talk to Dongqing Wudi at all. He would go directly to Zhou Mulan. Zhou Mulan originally wanted to support Li Tianlan, but obviously he was more willing to support his son. If Li Huaqing promised to support Zhou Yuanshan and asked Zhou Mulan to give up Li Tianlan, in Zhou Mulan's eyes, Li Tianlan would become a stumbling block for Zhou Yuanshan. What would he choose? Bai Qingzhao paced back and forth, suddenly turned around, gritted his teeth and said, why don't we just support Su Xinghe? Su Xinghe didn't stand upright and was caught by others. How can we support him? He will definitely leave Jiangxia. It's just a matter of time. If we support Su Xinghe, Yuanshan definitely can't go up. The new speaker of Jiangxia won't even be from the southeast. Once the people from the academy or the prince group go to Jiangxia, the situation in Jiangxia will be more complicated. If something goes wrong in Jiangxia, Ning Qianqing can't do anything alone in Tiannan. If we want to survive, we can only deepen the cooperation with the southeast group, which means that we have to play with the prince group and the academics for Beihai. If we lose, what's the benefit if we win? Dongqing Wudi's voice became more and more dull. Bai Qingzhao stopped talking. In the fight within the rules, there would always be some traps. Although he knew it was a trap, he had to get caught in it and couldn't find any way out. At this time, compromise and concession were the only things he could do in the trap. But the key was that in this trap, the giant group didn't even have many choices to compromise. As for giving up Li Tianlan, there was no option. Without this option, the giant group was now trapped. Bai Qingzhao really didn't expect that the counterattack of the academics and the prince group would be so fierce. This time, the giant group was almost pushed to the corner. Damn it, this move is really vicious. Bai Qingzhao gritted his teeth and couldn't help but swear. Not really. I just took advantage of the situation. Dongqing Wudi waved his hand. At first, they didn't expect that we would cooperate with the Southeast group so quickly, so they set up the task force and sent Tianlan to the desert. Now they come back to their senses and make a move. Naturally, they are well prepared. Su Xinghe is difficult. Is there no way at all? Bai Qingzhao didn't want to give up. No. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. He suddenly hesitated and said, there is no effective way, but there are some things that we can try. Where is the entry point? Bai Qingzhao asked. It's on the president. Dongqing Wudi took a deep breath and suddenly said, I'm going to inspect the Beihai Corps in the near future. It's time to have a good talk with Summer Solstice. If the Wang family of Beihai can put down its pride, this matter may turn around. I still don't quite understand. Bai Qingzhao's eyes were a little blank. The president, Dongqing Wudi said slowly, he doesn't have much time. Bai Qingzhao lowered his head and thought for a long time. Then he said with some uncertainty, you mean you want to support the president? No, it's not the right time. It's too early. It's not too early. An old voice suddenly sounded at the door. Bai Zhanfang, the chairman of Yuzhou, walked in and said blandly, the matter about Su Xinghe won't come to a conclusion in a short time. If we can delay this period of time, we can almost take action. Dad. Bai Qingzhao and Dongqing Wudi stood up at the same time. Bai Zhanfang waved his hand and motioned for them to sit down. In terms of position, Dongqing Wudi was a director and could be said to be the leader of Bai Zhanfang, a member of parliament. But at home, as a father-in-law, Bai Zhanfang was naturally the most powerful. Invincible is the right idea, Bai Zhanfang said slowly. In this regard, Qing Zhao is still a little worse. No matter how many times I say it, he is still a little worse. It's a matter of structure. In this regard, even Yuanshan is much better than you. Bai Qing Zhao coughed dryly and felt a little embarrassed. He was now a general of Zhongzhou State and the Deputy Secretary General of the Army Headquarters. But at home, he was the father. Bai Zhanfang had always said that he was not good at structure, and was even inferior to his sister Bai Qingqian. He had heard this many times. The opponent's move this time is very powerful. If you can't resist it, don't resist it. It's better to see what you can do to fight back. Bai Zhanfang took a sip of wine and sighed. In any case, in politics, the initiative is the most important. You can't be led by the nose. That way, you can't achieve anything. They want to deal with the Southeast Group and Tianlan. If you can't stop them, let them do it. If you can't stop them, don't do it. The best way is for them to fight their own battles, and we will fight ours. If you can't resist the opponent's attack, you will definitely lose. If you can't resist it, then change the direction according to your own ideas and fight for the initiative. Only in this way can you have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Bai Qingzhao was silent for a long time before he bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Father, you're right." Bai Zhanfang did not speak and ate silently. A lot of things happened tonight, and he needed to think carefully. "Dad, do you think my method is feasible?" Dongqing Wudi asked seriously. "It's necessary to try, and the probability of success is not low. No matter who it is, no matter what position it is, there are some things that can't be let go. Since it's a weakness, it can be used," Bai Zhanfang said lightly. "It's just that in this way, the Wang family of Beihai will lose face, and even many plans will be greatly affected. Their future direction will be adjusted because of this." Bai Qingzhao felt a little emotional. Throughout the history of Zhongzhou State, in hundreds of years, it was not enough for the Wang family of Beihai to bow down and bow down. How many times had they taken the initiative to slap themselves in the face? This was even the first time. This is inevitable. In this case, how can they not make some concessions? As for the future direction, they are qualified to adjust the direction after they lose face. I'm afraid that Summer Solstice and even Wang Tianzong have been looking forward to this opportunity to lose face for a long time. This is not a bad thing for them. Dongqing Wudi laughed. "This is not good for us," Bai Qingzhao cautiously said. "Yi Dongxing, hey, it's hard to deal with." Bai Zhanfang shook his head and sighed softly, but he did not speak. He had said what he should say. What else could he say? In terms of personal ability, vision, and even quality in all aspects, Bai Qingzhao was at least the best. Bai Zhanfang had always had expectations for his son, but Bai Qingzhao had always been slightly flawed in terms of breadth of mind. He cared too much about immediate gains and losses, and lacked some spirit of looking down on the world. Bai Zhanfang had tried hard for this, but he did not get any good response. On the contrary, his daughter, Bai Qingqian, was graceful and generous. Although she was a woman, Bai Zhanfang was very satisfied with her, which could barely make up for his regret. Yuanshan did a good job tonight. Bai Zhanfang was silent for a while and spoke softly, with undisguised appreciation in his tone. "Yuanshan?" Dongqing Wudi was stunned. "Did he come to Yuzhou?" "No, but he called the Hidden Dragon Sea directly. I guess he will call you soon." Bai Zhanfang laughed softly, and the appreciation in his eyes became more and more obvious. Soon after the meeting, Zhou Yuanshan called Zhou Mulin directly and explained some of his views in detail on the phone. Between father and son, there were many thorough words. He was Zhou Mulin's son, and he did his father's ideological work for his own future. His identity was more useful than anyone else. The phone call lasted for nearly 40 minutes. Bai Zhanfang had been waiting on the side. It could be seen that Zhou Mulin was greatly touched. After hanging up the phone, he naturally told Bai Zhanfang what to say. Zhou Yuanshan's second call was to Ji Wenzhang, a counselor of Zhongzhou State and the minister of the Ministry of Supervision. In the face of the leader of the Wang family of Beihai, Zhou Yuanshan, as the governor of Jiangxia, was not polite at all. He might not be furious, but his words were extremely fierce. On the phone, he even asked whether the parliament believed in Jiangxia or not. Ji Wenzhong was directly contradicted, but he was not unhappy at all. Zhou Yuanshan's attitude was undoubtedly what he needed most. The problem in Jiangnan was getting bigger and bigger. There were already voices in the Ministry of Supervision that an inspection team would be sent to Jiangxia. Zhou Yuanshan's call could be said to have helped him a lot and relieved his pressure to a considerable extent. Zhou Yuanshan's third call was directly to President Li Huaqing. He said openly and secretly that Jiangxia needed stability. He was the successor of the giant group. At this time, his attitude of protecting Su Xinghe was extremely clear and firm. Such a move had too many unusual meanings, especially when the relationship between Zhou Yuanshan and Su Xinghe was not harmonious. Zhou Yuanshan's righteous words, regardless of the immediate gains and losses, were bound to be unanimously recognized by a considerable part of the Southeast Group's forces. After Ji Wenzhong hung up the phone, he called Zhou Mulin and praised Zhou Yuanshan greatly. It could also be seen that the Southeast Group's attitude toward Zhou Yuanshan's call could also be seen. Bai Zhanfang smiled. At this point in time, there was still a long way to go before 20 years later. It was too early to say that there would be a struggle between the giants in the future, and even earlier to say that there would be a presidential struggle in the future. If the competition between the dazzling next generation like Wang Jingxin and Zhou Yuanshan was not obvious before then, after tonight's call, Zhou Yuanshan had clearly taken a half step ahead. Dongqing Wudi poured a small bowl of wine for Bai Zhanfang. Bai Zhanfang picked it up and put it to his mouth, but did not drink it. He was silent for a long time before he said again, "Yuanshan is good." "It's too early to talk about this," Dongqing Wudi said with a smile. Bai Zhanfang glanced at him and nodded. He understood what Dongqing Wudi meant. If summer solstice was really willing to lose face and Li Huaqing's attitude was lax, the Wang family of Beihai was bound to adjust its direction after it survived the current crisis. At that time, Wang Jingxin would become more important in the sequence of the Southeast Group, and the competition with Zhou Yuanshan in the future would become more and more fierce. What would happen in the future was still uncertain. But it was really too early to talk about this now. Tianlan has to suffer a little, Bai Zhanfang said softly. That boy doesn't feel wronged. I think he's a little too happy in the desert. Xiao Mahai's mind is in a mess all day long. He even took his daughter and sister to prison. I don't know what he wants to do. I'll beat him later. Dongqing Wudi snorted. The corners of Bai Zhanfang's and Bai Qingzhao's mouths twitched at the same time, showing a smile. He's determined to ride on Tianlan's coattails. He can't care about your face now, Minister Dongqing. Dongqing Wudi shook his head, feeling a little speechless. His cell phone suddenly rang. Dongqing Wudi took out his cell phone and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly froze. It was a call from the building of the army headquarters. Did something happen at this time? He frowned and pressed the answer button. The person on the other end of the phone reported something. Dongqing Wudi's face suddenly darkened and became extremely ugly, even a little angry. I'll be right there, he said and hung up the phone directly. What's wrong? Bai Qingzhao asked. It's a meeting of the army headquarters. Come with me. Dongqing Wudi took a deep breath, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. If the capture of a deputy governor of Beihai was a tentative move by the academics and the Prince Group, then the other side had exposed their real intentions by pointing their sword at Su Xinghe. Dongqing Wudi finally saw the other side's third move under great pressure. Only then did he understand that this was a combination of the other side's moves. It was turbulent, fierce, majestic, and powerful. He had expected the other side's counterattack, but he had never thought that the other side's counterattack would be so fierce. It was early winter on December 1st in Zhongzhou State. When Jiangxia was in a state of turmoil and people in Jiangnan were in a state of panic, the academics and the Prince Group, which had not been silent at all, made a move again. It was also mixed with the power from the Southeast Group, which could not be concealed at all. On this cold night, an application from Beihai appeared directly in the building of the army headquarters. Jiang Hongwei, a member of the Parliament of Zhongzhou State, the Marshal of the Army Headquarters of Zhongzhou State, and the Commander of the Border Control Corps, codenamed Dijiang, applied to resign as a member of the parliament of Zhongzhou State, marshal, and the commander of the Border Control Corps. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 741. Before and after the Spring Festival, Dongqing Wudi flew around the major theaters of operations in Zhongzhou State almost every day. On behalf of the parliament, the cabinet and the army headquarters, he visited the soldiers and officers who still stuck to their posts during the Spring Festival. Bai Qingqian was also busy with official business in Liaodong. The couple, who had made an appointment with Li Tianlan to spend the new year with him in the desert, could only put this matter aside for the time being and change it to the Lantern Festival together. This year, as Dongqing Qiuqi and Zhou Yuanshan got into high positions, they became busier and busier. Dongqing Rushi was in a coma, so the Dongqing clan was extremely quiet. The relationship between Dongqing Hanguang and his brother Dongqing Hanjian was not harmonious. Although they didn't live far away, they didn't want to spend the new year with each other, so they came to the Bai family in Yuzhou. During this sensitive period, Dongqing Hanguang, the former standing minister of the army headquarters of Zhongzhou State, spent the Spring Festival in the Bai family, which naturally aroused countless speculations. Countless people thought that this was the voice of the giant group's strong integration in the group to cope with the increasingly severe situation. Therefore, the high-level officials of the Prince Group and the academics had met several times in private to discuss countermeasures. Although Dongqing Hanguang had retired for several years, his identity as a founding member of Zhongzhou State had not changed at all. Not to mention within the giant group, even in the other 5 groups, there were old subordinates of Dongqing Hanguang. Now most of them were in high positions or had just retired. Such an old man's influence was extremely great. His every possible targeted action was enough to make everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. These high-ranking officials seemed to have no idea that Dongqing Hanguang came to Yuzhou just because of the loneliness of an old man in his old age. His son, daughter-in-law, granddaughter, grandson-in-law, adopted son, and grandson were all gone. His old friend, who used to come to drink and play chess with him every spring festival in the past, also died in the rain in Lin a few months ago. Some were dead, some were busy, some were imprisoned, and some were in a coma. This year was extremely tortuous for Dongqing Hanguang. Because of his internal distress, the old man, who was once all-powerful on the highest stage of Zhongzhou State, almost became much older in the shortest time. It seemed that only when he came to Yuzhou and faced Bai Zhanfang, an old friend who should have retired long ago but was still strong, could he calm down a little. The 14th day of the first month. In the afternoon, Dongqing Hanguang and Bai Zhanfang sat in the pavilion of the manor, silently looking at the chessboard in front of them, lost in thought. Invincible can't come? Wudi can't come? Yeah, he said that he's a little busy, and something came up at the last minute. He just came out of the Eastern War Zone, and he's going to return to the Chinese server. Qingqian is already waiting for him there. Dongqing Hanguang's tone was a little low. Tonight's dinner is just us 2 old guys again. Dongqing Hanguang said in a low. Bai Zhanfang shook his head helplessly. Dongqing Hanguang had made it clear that Bai Qingqian was waiting for him in Zhongyuan, which meant that Bai Qingqian would not come back until Dongqing Wudi came back. Dongqing Hanguang's eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully, Wudi is going to Hanga Pass. Hof Wudi Festival Pass. There was a flash of surprise in Bai Zhanfang's eyes. As the largest military family in Zhongzhou State, Dongqing Wudi had a classified weapons research institute near Hanggu Pass. Bai Zhanfang knew this very well. Moreover, Dongqing Wujin, the leader in the field of individual weapons and metal alloys in China, almost stayed in that weapons research institute all the time. The falling stars that Li Tianlan had used were also made by Dongqing Wujin. If that's the case, Endless has made a new discovery? But it's not right. Qingqian won't follow him. So this new discovery probably has nothing to do with Zhongzhou State. Dongqing Hanguang narrowed his eyes. He remembered about half a year ago. At that time, Li Tianlan was put in the desert prison. Dongqing Wudi took the Xianyuan sword out of the prison and gave it to Qin Weibai. At that time, Qin Weibai hadn't gone abroad yet. She went directly from Yuzhou to Zhongzhou and asked Dongqing Hanguang to meet Dongqing Wujin. That day, Qin Weibai took a few boxes with her. Dongqing Hanguang didn't know what she said to Dongqing Wujin, but when she left, the boxes in her hands were gone. After that, Dongqing Wujin went directly to the Military Research Institute near Hanggu Pass, and there was no news from him until now. He thought silently, picked up a chess piece and said slowly, "It should be a good thing." Bai Zhanfang thought for a moment, nodded seriously, and put down the chess piece in his hand. "I won." Dongqing Hanguang looked down at it. The black and white intertwined on the dense chessboard had long become an extremely complex pattern. As Bai Zhanfang put down the chess piece, the 5 white characters on the chessboard had been slanted into a line. "Good move." Dongqing Hanguang thought for a long time, then nodded and said, "Let's start again." When the plane landed in the Secret Research Institute near Hanggu Pass, night had fallen. A black car with a local license plate was parked next to the helicopter. Bai Qingqian stood in front of the car, smiling at Dongqing Wudi, who walked out of the cabin. Her eyes were gentle and quiet. It took a long time for the Eastern Theater of Operations. "I'm late." Dongqing Wudi held his wife's hand. In the cold weather, her palm was a little cold. "It's okay. I just arrived." Bai Qingqian said softly. "Why did Big Brother call us here?" "He just said that there was something very important about Tianlan. It should be about the Xianyuan sword." Dongqing Wudi didn't delay anything. He took Bai Qingqian to the gate of the base. "A few months ago, I gave the Xianyuan sword to Qin Weibai, and Qin Weibai gave it to Big Brother. Today Big Brother called us here. Did you make any progress? Why did you give the Xianyuan sword to Big Brother?" Bai Qingqian was a little curious. "I don't know." Dongqing Wudi shook his head. "Since then, Big Brother has been staying here, cutting off contact with the outside world. It was not until a few hours ago that he contacted me for the first time." Under the night sky, a thin figure was standing in front of the door of a small villa that looked a little shabby. Seeing Dongqing Wudi and his wife coming over, he took a step forward, nodded, and said somewhat dully, "Wudi Qingqian, here you are." "Big Brother." Dongqing Wudi nodded, his eyes a little strange. "How did you end up like this?" Dongqing Wujin smiled. In fact, although the relationship between Dongqing Hanguang and Dongqing Hanjian was tense, there was not much interest dispute. Dongqing Hanjian looked down on Dongqing Hanguang, but Dongqing Hanjian was very good to Dongqing Wudi. Therefore, the relationship between the two old men's descendants was very strong, and there was nothing strange about it. "Hey." Dongqing Wujin smiled, a little complacent. In a few months, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. He used to be a serious scholar, but now he was dirty all over. His beard seemed to have not been shaved for a long time, and he looked a little sloppy, but an unprecedented spirit gathered in his eyes, making him look extremely excited. "Come with me." Dongqing Wujin directly grabbed Dongqing Wudi's arm and dragged him inside. As he walked, he said, "I'll show you something incredible." Dongqing Wudi was helplessly dragged away. Dongqing Wujin's speed was getting faster and faster. In desperation, Dongqing Wudi simply reached out and held Bai Qingqian's still light body in his arms. Bai Qingqian blushed and gently hammered Dongqing Wudi, but did not refute anything. Dongqing Wudi giggled, and his eyes were a little dazed. Dongqing Wujin did not notice the abnormality behind him at all. He took the two of them into the elevator excitedly. It seemed that because he was too excited, he entered the familiar password twice in a row. Dongqing Wudi was shocked. This secret research base could be said to be one of the most important bases of the Dongqing clan, and its security measures were extremely strict. Once the password was entered incorrectly for the 3rd time, the elevator would self-destruct, and the whole base would explode at the same time. He did not want such an important base to be destroyed because of Dongqing Wujin's excitement. He quickly entered the password, then looked at Dongqing Wujin, who was so happy and unconscious, and asked helplessly, "Which floor?" "The 2nd floor underground." Dongqing Wudi said with a smile. Dongqing Wudi pressed the button. As the elevator descended, he said helplessly, "What on earth can make you so excited?" Dongqing Wujin rubbed his hands, and became more and more excited. "I successfully dismantled the murderous weapon and recorded most of its data." "Murderous weapon?" Dongqing Wudi was suddenly shocked. "Which one?" "Not this one." Dongqing Wujin shook his head. Blue sky underworld, falling stars, twilight of the gods, and void divine light. He stretched out 4 fingers and smiled proudly. I dismantled 4 murderous weapons. Cough, cough, cough. Dongqing Wudi seemed to be choked by his saliva all at once. He coughed violently, and his face turned red. For murderous weapons. Yes, 4. Dismantled. Dismantled. When can you restore it? Why restore it? It has been dismantled, and it can't be restored. It was dismantled thoroughly. The elevator stopped. Dongqing Wudi, whose face was cloudy, stood in the elevator and stared blankly at Dongqing Wujin, whose face was glowing. So, the elevator door opened and closed. Dongqing Wudi did not dare to move for a moment. He looked at Dongqing Wujin and said expectantly, "So big brother, now that you have analyzed the data of the murderous weapon, can you mass-produce murderous weapons?" "That can't be done." Dongqing Wujin shook his head honestly. The murderous weapon is a very special energy source, and there is no way to copy it. But after recording most of the data, I can improve some existing firearms, such as Sky Attack. Before Sky Attack, it was very powerful. It can hit the target directly within a distance of 300 meters, and even kill a thundershocking realm expert. What about after the improvement? Can it threaten an invincible realm expert? Dongqing Wudi asked eagerly. Dongqing Wudi looked at him as if he were an idiot and shook his head. How is it possible? He smiled and was a little proud. But after the improvement, the limit distance of Sky Attack has increased. It can increase by dozens of meters. If it hits the target within 350 meters, it can also kill a thundershocking realm expert. There was silence. Dongqing Wudi waited patiently for a while. But Dongqing Wujin had finished. He really finished. Just a little more distance? Dongqing Wudi asked incredulously. Although the distance has increased by dozens of meters, it's very important, okay? Dongqing Wujin was a little dissatisfied. Dongqing Wudi's heart shook violently. Of course, he knew that the distance of dozens of meters was very important, especially when shooting at a thundershocking realm expert. The distance of dozens of meters could almost be said to be the line of life and death. But 4 murderous weapons. Dongqing Wudi dismantled 4 valuable murderous weapons, just to add a little distance to a standard piece of equipment? You prodigal. Are 4 murderous weapons. Blue sky underworld, falling stars. Twilight of the gods, divine light of void. 2 came from Li Tianlan and the Samsara Palace. And the other 2 were the spoils of the Samsara Palace in Eastern Europe. 4 murderous weapons. Where are the 4 murderous weapons? Dongqing Wujin shook his head and said seriously, "There are no more. To be exact, there will be no more 4 murderous weapons in the dark world in the future." Dongqing Wudi's body trembled. At this moment, he really wanted to kneel down. The 4 murderous weapons. No, the pile of parts that you dismantled, where are they now? Dongqing Wujin glanced at him, and was silent for a moment. Then he said, "They were eaten." I% yin yin yin. Dongqing Wudi's expression was distorted. For a moment, all his movements seemed to be frozen. Dongqing Wujin's voice continued to ring in the opening and closing of the elevator. They were all eaten by the Xianyuan sword. Chapter 742. The Xianyuan sword ate the murderous weapons. This was Dongqing Wudi's first reaction. The Xianyuan sword ate 4 murderous weapons. For murderous weapons. Dongqing Wudi, who completely realized what had happened, trembled all over and couldn't believe it. For hundreds of years, murderous weapons had always been national treasures, almost related to the fate of the country. Any country and any superpower regarded them as treasures. What did a murderous weapon mean? In the state of energy storage, each murderous weapon had a powerful destructive power that could directly threaten the life and death of an invincible realm expert. In other words, a murderous weapon almost meant an invincible realm expert who was in a special state and could only attack once in a period of time. And it was not an ordinary invincible realm expert. How about Gu Xingyun? Known as the god of war of Zhongzhou state, his real strength was the top in the entire dark world. He ranked 5th on the divine list and was infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm. In the face of the close-range firing of Sunset, one of the 12 murderous weapons that ranked in the lower middle and lower reaches, he almost died. Such great power could be said to be the most important trump card anywhere. After the chaos in Eastern Europe, with the death of a large number of Invincible Realm experts, the two murderous weapons that originally belonged to the Men in Black and the Heroes Club fell directly into Li Tianlan's hands. With the disappearance of the Samsara Palace, Blue Sky Underworld also fell into Li Tianlan's hands. Plus falling stars. For these four murderous weapons, Zhongzhou State even held high-level council meetings more than once. It was no exaggeration to say that once these four murderous weapons finished the energy storage process, Zhongzhou State would be more powerful in the entire Dark World. Because of this, Star State and the Heroes Club would negotiate with Zhongzhou State through different channels, trying to get back the Void Divine Light and the Twilight of the Gods. Of course, they would not give them to him. But Zhongzhou State was still discussing how to use them. After Li Tianlan swept the entire Beihai province, the parliament seemed to suddenly realize that these were Li Tianlan's trophies, so the topic was temporarily suppressed. But after all, Li Tianlan was still a man of Zhongzhou State. The four murderous weapons were in his hands, which meant that they were in the hands of Zhongzhou State. But now, for murderous weapons, were they eaten? Dongqing Wudi's heart collapsed, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely complicated. He seemed to want to cry, but also wanted to laugh. All kinds of emotions such as heartache and confusion emerged all at once. It was as if he had countless personalities in an instant. Dongqing Wujin walked out of the elevator and looked back at Dongqing Wudi. His eyes were full of fanaticism. It was Boss Qin and Tianlan's idea, and I completed their commission. The Xianyuan sword ate the four murderous weapons. I fulfilled it, and it fulfilled me. I can be sure that the Xianyuan sword will become the #1 famous sword throughout the ages. If it is not a cold weapon, it can also be said to be the strongest single weapon for at least several hundred years in the future. Whether in terms of lethality or range, it is almost unsurpassable. A sword that was truly at the pinnacle. Bai Qingqian held Dongqing Wudi's hand hard and whispered, "Are you all right? I think it's very good." In this way, Tianlan is more important, and the Xianyuan sword is more important. Dongqing Wudi took a deep breath. No matter how much his heart ached for the four murderous weapons, the fact was that he had to accept them. However, he could well imagine what kind of uproar this news would cause once it was reported to the parliament. This matter would undoubtedly bring many unpredictable factors to the game that had already begun, which might be good or bad. The specific outcome would depend on the skill and strength of the two parties in the game. He strode out of the elevator and followed Dongqing Wujin to an alloy door. Dongqing Wujin entered the password, and the door slowly opened. Bright light spilled in, and a research room full of futuristic style and science fiction appeared in front of the three of them. Under the bright light, countless screens were on. Some were playing pictures, and some were full of data. One test bench after another, whose specific functions Dongqing Wudi did not know, was neatly arranged. Dongqing Wudi glanced at it. He vaguely remembered that this floor could be said to be the forging platform of the research institute. Some new alloys, as well as the barrels of some firearms and the engines of some advanced equipment, were developed here. Today's machines had obviously been updated in a short period of time, and their functions had become more powerful. The couple followed Dongqing Wujin all the way forward, and finally saw the Xianyuan sword in the center of the research room, which had eaten the four murderous weapons. Dongqing Wudi stared at the sword in front of him, dumbfounded. This was a completely unforgettable scene for him. The blade of the Xianyuan sword was inserted into the ground, and the hilt almost broke the ceiling of the entire research room. Today, the blade of the Xianyuan sword was almost 20 meters long and 5 or 6 meters wide, which looked like a hill. On the enlarged two sides of the blade, the carvings of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas were completely alive at this time, looking extremely profound. With this scale, it was not a sword at all. This size could even catch up with some small fighter jets. The Xianyuan sword stood there silently, but at this time, it did not feel cold, but a kind of quietness. This feeling was extremely weird. When Dongqing Wudi looked at the sword, he could clearly feel that the sword was also silently observing him. Dongqing Wudi frowned, walked to the front of the Xianyuan sword, and reached out to touch the huge blade. In front of the Xianyuan sword, his figure was like an ant. The moment the two sides touched, Dongqing Wudi clearly perceived a hidden majestic sword energy. This kind of power was endless, like the vast sky, like a vast ocean. Dongqing Wudi took a deep breath. He was also a master of swordsmanship in the half-step invincible realm, but when he felt the sword intent, he did not even have the slightest desire to resist. "Good sword," he said softly, with a little force in his palm. The mountain-like blade of the Xianyuan sword trembled slightly, and silently moved a few centimeters to the side, out of Dongqing Wudi's palm. Dongqing Wudi was a little stunned. "It's a little unhappy." Dongqing Wujin laughed and said, "Obviously, it doesn't want anyone else to touch its body, except Tianlan." Dongqing Wudi curled his lips, reached out his hand, and slapped the huge blade. "It's just a broken sword. Why is it so pretentious? I'm its father." Buzz. The huge blade of the Xianyuan sword trembled, with a loud buzzing sound. At this moment, almost everyone could clearly feel its annoyance and dissatisfaction. Dongqing Wudi hit it with another punch, so the air was instantly quiet. The Xianyuan sword moved back silently. "Tut tut." Dongqing Wudi was a little surprised. "It's really a spirit. To be exact, it's a different kind of life from us." Dongqing Wujin said calmly. "Do you remember the origin of the murderous weapon?" Dongqing Wudi's eyes flickered. The origin of the murderous weapon. In the beginning, the murderous weapon was called the life metal. It was a trophy obtained by the Wang family of Beihai, and the first god of war of Zhongzhou state after they defeated a formidable enemy. About this, it had always been the top secret of Zhongzhou state. The only thing that was certain was that the huge piece of metal could indeed be called a kind of life, because it could clearly express some simple emotions and tendencies. Zhongzhou state had studied it for hundreds of years, and even divided it into countless pieces, regardless of its opposition, to study its components, and made great progress in some fields. But later, because of an accident or necessity, a large number of life metal left the laboratory, and even left Zhongzhou state. That was how the 13 murderous weapons of the Dark World came into being. More than 20 years ago, the endless sky collapsed, and only 12 of the 13 murderous weapons were left. If all the metals were gathered together and returned to their origin, then it could indeed be regarded as a life, but not a human being. Life. Dongqing Wudi muttered to himself and shook his head. To be precise, they have a kind of energy source inside them. This strange metal is just a carrier of this energy. They can absorb this energy, and when they absorb it to a certain extent, they can emit a kind of shockingly destructive ray. It has super penetrating power and super strong coverage. Zhongzhou state has not figured out what the energy they absorb is, and what kind of attribute it has. At present, making them into murderous weapons is the only way, and it is also the simplest, most primitive and most basic way to use them. Dongqing Wujin said slowly, "If we can analyze this energy and make full use of it, we may be able to change countless fields in the world." "Big brother, do you have a way to further use this energy?" Dongqing Wudi's eyes lit up. "Not really. I can only say that it's an improvement." Dongqing Wujin shook his head. "The source of the life metal is unknown. The most credible theory is that it should be a meteorite from outer space. Research materials are limited, so it's unlikely for us to make full use of them. However, when analyzing the Xianyuan sword, we found that part of the material of the Xianyuan sword is very similar to that of a murderous weapon. It can even be said that the Xianyuan sword is a murderous weapon, but the energy it contains is far more than that of other murderous weapons. Once the two kinds of energy meet, it is almost instinctive to devour each other. So the Xianyuan sword has devoured all the energy of the 4 murderous weapons in the past few months. I went to Mormon's in person, and found a way to improve it from the traces of destruction at the scene." "What way?" Dongqing Wudi asked. Dongqing Wujin hesitated and shook his head. "At present, our research on the life metal is still a little limited. I'm not sure about some things. But judging from some traces of destruction at Mormon's, if the sword light at that time is regarded as a blow from a murderous weapon, then the power of that sword can be said to be several times that of an ordinary murderous weapon. It is said that the Xianyuan sword is the core of a sword formation. There are 13 floors and 13 swords. At present, I can't analyze the composition of the other 12 swords, but it is certain that if the 13 floors are regarded as a murderous weapon, and that sword is regarded as a blow from a murderous weapon, then it will take at least more than 20 years to accumulate energy. I can't study all their secrets for the time being, so I can only make up for its shortcomings in another way. Dongqing Wudi looked at Dongqing Wujin with a serious look in his eyes. Dongqing Wujin nodded. So I let the Xianyuan sword devour for murderous weapons. Its power should not have increased, but the speed of energy accumulation has doubled. In such a short time you have achieved such results. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. In fact, I didn't do anything. The devouring is the behavior of the Xianyuan sword. The idea was given to me by Boss Qin. Dongqing Wujin said calmly, according to what Boss Qin said, I think so far, I have completed the task to the greatest extent. This sword may be the key to Tianlan's breakthrough into the invincible realm. Chapter 743. Dongqing Wudi quietly looked at the mountain-like Xianyuan sword, and remained silent for a long time. The key to Li Tianlan's breakthrough to the invincible realm. If it was really on this sword, no matter how the council viewed it, at least he could completely accept it. At this stage, whether Li Tianlan entered the invincible realm or not was completely different. Judging from the strength he showed now, many people were speculating that as long as Li Tianlan entered the invincible realm, he might not need to stabilize his realm, and his combat capability could reach the peak of the invincible realm. The peak of the invincible realm. Today in the whole world, there was no one at the peak of the invincible realm in a normal state. What this meant for Zhongzhou state was self-evident. As for the 4 murderous weapons, it was not wrong or right to exchange for murderous weapons for the first divine sword throughout the ages. It was just a matter of choice. The huge body of Xianyuan sword trembled slightly. Dongqing Wudi glanced at Dongqing Wujin and said softly, "Can I take it to the desert now?" "Wait a little longer." Dongqing Wujin shook his head, hesitated and said slowly, "Now in theory this sword can go to the desert by itself." Dongqing Wudi was speechless for a moment. A sword to go to the desert by itself? Hanggu Pass was thousands of miles away from the desert. What did that mean? He didn't ask. He just blinked and said slowly, "What are we waiting for?" "For the final fusion." Dongqing Wujin said calmly, "Xianyuan sword swallowed for murderous weapons, and the internal energy is a little conflicting. Look here." He turned and pointed to a huge screen beside him. Countless complex and fine lines appeared on the screen, and rows of data flashed up like running water, dazzling people. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian looked at it silently, as if they were reading a book from heaven. At present, the size of Xianyuan sword is its limit state. In the process of swallowing murderous weapons, this state is irreversible. Dongqing Wujin operated the instrument and showed a progress bar. The progress bar had reached 97%. Just a little bit more, and it can completely merge with the murderous weapons. At that time, Xianyuan sword can return to its original state, 3 to 5 centimeters long. Then you can take it to the desert. The last point, will there be any accidents? Bai Qingqian suddenly felt a little nervous, and her dignified face was obviously concerned. "I won't." Dongqing Wujin said affirmatively. "All accidents have been ruled out. In the past few months, we have done a lot of experiments and calculations. This fusion is perfect. There will be no problems." The Xianyuan sword had begun to shrink. The progress bar, which had almost reached the end, moved forward bit by bit. The 3 of them stopped talking and waited in silence. Switzerland. Worry-free manner. Biology laboratory. My stats have reached the peak. I can now complete the final step of fusion and inject the body of the war god. A large amount of body data flowed continuously on the screen. On another screen, the data representing the cell activity was also tumbling. After leaving Switzerland for Tiannan, Naylan Shuriying, who would return here almost every once in a while, stared at the screen. When most of the data reached the peak, she didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Confirm command. Lin Fingyue's calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. Order 223, inject the last drop of the war god's body. Double the nutrient fluid, and seal the nourishment chamber. Nalan Shurying said lightly. Understood. Lin Fengyue nodded and responded. Nalan Shurying operated the test bench in front of her expressionlessly. The picture switched, and the picture of the nourishment chamber appeared on the screen. Countless nutrient fluids similar to bubbles were tumbling in the nourishment chamber, and the nourishment chamber lit up with a red light. For a few months, the injection of half of the war god's body, one drop at a time, would officially end today. Nalan Shurying didn't know what the result would be, so she could only wait. Zhongzhou State. Miaojiang. Under the dim sky, a gentle and calm figure slowly walked into a small village in the deep mountains in the night. There was no light in the village. Under the cover of the night, every household lit up a faint candlelight. Several dark-skinned but extremely sturdy children were playing on the uneven streets. When they saw an outsider walking in, they all stopped curiously. It was dilapidated, barren, and almost absolutely closed. The outsider stood at the entrance of the village and looked around for a while, as if to make sure that he was not in the wrong place. An old man walked out of his house and saw a stranger standing at the entrance of the village. He was stunned and suddenly became a little vigilant. He took 2 steps forward and said warily in a dialect with a strong accent, "Who are you looking for?" In the night, the outsider's whole body was covered in a shabby coat from head to toe. When he heard the question, he put his palms together and bent down slightly. As he moved, the coat that covered his head slid backward, and a bald head with a ring scar appeared in the night. "I'm looking for the Gu King." His voice was gentle and calm, neither fast nor slow. He turned out to be a monk. The old man at the entrance of the village was stunned and immediately let down all his vigilance, even with a little respect. He trotted to the monk, carefully identified him, and then stammered, Ru, Master Ruzhin? My Dharma name is Rui." A touch of sadness flashed in the monk's eyes, and he said softly, "Senior brother Ruzhin has passed away." The old man didn't understand the meaning of passing away, but it could be seen that he was very happy and danced. "Old man, please take me to see the Gu King." Rui's voice was gentle. The old man nodded happily, took the monk to a dilapidated hut in the middle of the village, and said something in a hurry. Rui waited quietly. The next moment, the door of the hut was pushed open, and a very tall middle-aged man bent down and walked out of the door. Rui put his palms together and bowed deeply. "What's the matter, master?" The current Gu King looked at Rui with some expectation in his eyes. "I'm here to get a flower by my master's order," Rui said softly. The Gu King was stunned and said softly, "Great Master Wu Wei." Rui put his palms together and said nothing. The Gu King was silent for a long time, and then he said sadly, "Master." He shook his head hard, cheered himself up, and said softly, "What flower did Master Rui come here to get?" "The fate of the mortal world." Rui's voice was calm. King of venomous worms' breathing became rapid. He looked at Rui seriously. He nodded and said solemnly, "Please." Rui stepped into the hut. There was a small table in the center of the hut, and a clay pot was placed in the middle of the table. In the faint candlelight, a delicate tender branch was blooming in the clay pot, swaying slightly with the candlelight. "A few months ago, this flower bloomed. I knew the master would come." "Master, you're late." The Gu King looked at the flower quietly, and his eyes were in a trance. Rui didn't say anything. A few months ago, when the flower bloomed, it should be that eternal. The moment when Hang's sword illuminated the sky above Mormon's. It was also the moment when all the flowers in Mormon's manor fell. He looked at the flower, and the candlelight illuminated his bald head, which was a little weird. "This belongs to Great Master Wu Wei. Master, please take it away." The Gu King continued to speak. Rui turned his head and looked at the Gu King seriously, saying softly, "Do you know what this means?" "Master, you said it back then, but I don't regret it." The Gu King shook his head with a smile. "The Miaojiang wizard clan was almost exterminated. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to keep this small village. I'm the Gu King, and I'm also a sinner. This is my redemption." Master, I hope that when you take away the fate of the mortal world, you can also give our wizard clan a chance to survive. Rui nodded and said softly, Don't worry, Gu King. There will be opportunities soon. They will live a good life in the future. The Gu King was silent for a moment, then walked over and carefully dug out the little flower. He said in a low voice, That's the best. Zhongzhou State. Golden Autumn Pavilion, Hidden Dragon Sea. Li Huaqing put down the documents at hand, looked at the night outside the window, pondered for a while, and then pressed the call button on the table. A young secretary came in and said respectfully, President, inform Minister Yi Dongsheng and ask him to come here. I have some questions to communicate with him, Li Huaqing said softly. Okay. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. Li Huaqing made himself a cup of strong tea, came to the window, and looked up at the night sky. There was no dazzling light in the hidden dragon sea, and the night sky was clear. There were few stars in the winter sky, which was extremely deep. Li Huaqing looked at it quietly, and his eyes were extremely high. A faint stream of light cut through the sky and disappeared in a flash. Li Huaqing didn't care. Another meteor streaked across the sky. Dazzling meteors appeared one after another, and more of them appeared. The night sky seemed to be deeper. The meteors kept appearing like rain. Beihai Mount Dibbing, stage of formidable person. The wind was howling, and the sea was howling. It had begun to snow in Mount Dibbing. In the silver-white world, summer solstice stood quietly in front of the stone of formidable person, gently stroking the stone that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. In more than half a year, the pressure that she hadn't felt for many years had gradually begun to pile up on her. Summer solstice suddenly found that she was not as strong as she had imagined. Whenever she felt that she couldn't bear the burden, she would come here alone and look at the names on the stone of formidable person. They were all the history of the Wang family of Beihai. There seemed to be a kind of power that could support her to go on. She finally understood why Wang Tianzong liked to come here. In the shrill wind, she stroked the rough stone with her palm, and her expression gradually became firm and majestic. Crack, crack. In the fine sound, the silver moon sword that had been inserted above the stone of formidable person suddenly began to tremble. Summer solstice suddenly raised her head. Under the curtain of night, the blade of the silver moon sword, which was still bright and cold, kept trembling. The snow kept falling from the sky. However, one after another, faint light streaked across the sky. Those were meteors. The meteors fell into Beihai like rain. Europe, the Holy Land. When the mysterious His Majesty walked out of the Holy Land and entered the land of Italos, he was still followed by his follower, Mellad. But now Mellad's identity had changed in essence. No one knew what His Majesty and the Pope had discussed. But the follower could clearly sense that His Majesty's footsteps were becoming more and more powerful. They had endured for so many years. From this moment on, they seemed to have risen. The Pope's will would be conveyed to the whole dark world as soon as possible. Mellad, the former deputy commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps, would serve as the commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps, and also serve as the Grand Knight of Knights Templars. Mellad naturally knew what that meant. During the period of silence of the Shadow Throne, the whole of Europe would be in His Majesty's hands. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mellad's voice was respectful and fanatical. Ha! His Majesty smiled and said, This is just the beginning. Yuzhou. In the sanatorium that was heavily guarded, a saint dressed in black slowly walked into a ward. In the quiet ward, countless instruments were running and making sounds from time to time. On the bed in the center, a woman in white was lying quietly on it, motionless. She was Li Shi, the wife of the city lord of Kunlun City. Half a year had passed since the chaos in Eastern Europe. Li Shi was transferred from the private hospital of the giant group to the current sanatorium. Saint was personally in charge here, and no one dared to make trouble. Even Kunlun City had not expressed its opinion on the current situation. They seemed to have completely forgotten the existence of Li Shi, and they were completely indifferent to her situation. For half a year, Li Shi was still sleeping, and there was no sign of waking up. Saint looked at her silently and suddenly waved his hand. The seemingly ordinary space continued to fluctuate as he waved his hand, and it spread out, revealing a small domain. Xian Xuanzi, who was still dressed in a Taoist robe, walked out of Saint's domain. Looking at his daughter lying on the bed, his eyes were a little sad. Basically, her injury has been stabilized. It's only a matter of time before she wakes up. It won't be a big problem. Don't worry. Saint's voice was stable and peaceful. The Samsara Palace was gone, and most of the 12 supermasters had fallen. But on the eve of its destruction, Xian Xuanzi, who joined the Samsara Palace, was still the 13th supermaster, and he was really on the same side as Saint. If he wanted to see his unconscious daughter, Saint would naturally help him. That's good, that's good. Xian Xuanzi muttered to himself, but he didn't know what to say. He gazed kindly at his daughter's sleeping face. After a long time he whispered, "Let's go." He turned and walked to the door. The domain was opened again and enveloped him. Xian Xuanzi came to the balcony outside the ward and looked at the starry sky. He was silent and a little sad. "What's your next plan?" Saint stood beside him and lit a cigarette. "I'm going to find a monk and get a flower," Xian Xuanzi whispered. "This is the last thing I'll do. I'll wake up the palace master. It's time for me to retire." "Palace master? Can she really wake up?" Saint said in a complicated tone. "She can definitely wake up," Xian Xuanzi said faintly. "Luck, God's design, her own fate and years of hard work all determine that she can't die." "Luck. God's design," Saint chuckled and shook his head. "You cannot believe it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Surreal things also exist in reality. Many things can't be explained. Most of what I've learned are things you don't believe in." "You don't believe in this, but can you say that it doesn't exist?" Xian Xuanzi asked. Saint was silent. There were too many things about metaphysics grandmasters like Great Master Wu Wei and Xian Xuanzi that couldn't be explained. But it didn't mean that it didn't exist. For example, Li Tianlan's resurrection. "What is God's design?" Saint asked. Xian Xuanzi thought for a while, and suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look, for example." He suddenly stopped breathing. Saint looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. The night sky seemed to suddenly become extremely gorgeous. Countless glimmers burned and fell from the sky. Endless, spectacular and beautiful. For example, what? Saint looked at the meteor shower in the sky and asked slowly. Xian Xuanzi didn't speak. His whole face suddenly twisted, his arms trembled violently, and his eyes suddenly became extremely frightened. In the base, the Xian Yuan sword, which had been shrinking, finally became that delicate and perfect black sword again. Dongcheng Wujin smiled with joy. "Finally, I made it." I boom. The sudden roar drowned all of Dongcheng Wujin's voice in an instant. The Xian Yuan sword suspended in the air suddenly burst out an unparalleled strong light, and the whole sword body expanded again. The wild sword energy surged out, filling the entire space of the research room like a wave. Dongcheng Wudi, whose face changed greatly, directly protected Dongcheng Wujin and by Qingqian and retreated quickly. The sword light became brighter and brighter, constantly expanding in the laboratory. Without hesitation, Dongcheng Wudi directly left the research room, knocked open the elevator, and rushed out of the ground. The next moment, a strong light appeared over the entire Hanggu Pass. The strong light penetrated the ground and went straight into the sky. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The Xian Yuan sword rushed out. The entire research base of the Dongqing clan turned into ruins in an instant. The Xian Yuan sword, which was as huge as a mountain, shrank and grew bigger. Somehow, there seemed to be a sigh, which was extremely complicated. "What's going on?" Dongcheng Wujin's voice was filled with disbelief. Dongcheng Wudi frowned and was about to speak. Puff! Bai Qingqian's body suddenly went limp, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed directly from her mouth. Forgotten City. With the final injection of the body of the god of war, a large amount of nutrient solution had completely drowned the figure in the nutrition chamber. Qin Weibai stood in front of the nutrition chamber, looking at the faint voice. Her eyes were shining, and her whole person became erratic and strange. "I know you can hear me." Her ethereal yet penetrating voice rang out. "Even if you can't hear anything, you can still hear my voice, right?" The nutrient solution was extremely calm. but in an angle that no one could see. The figure wrapped in the nutrient solution seemed to move its eyebrows unconsciously. "Comrade Dongsheng, please sit down." Looking at Yi Dongsheng, who walked into his office, Li Huaqing turned around from the window and said with a smile. Yi Dongsheng sat down with a smile and opened his mouth to say something. Li Huaqing said, "What did you say?" Yi Dongsheng was stunned and repeated it again. Li Huaqing's eyes were a little dazed. He could see Yi Dongsheng's mouth moving, but at this moment he suddenly couldn't hear the voice. The office in front of him was spinning. The meteor outside the window seemed to fall into his eyes. He tried to smile, and his body shook and fell directly in the office. The misty brilliance kept shining in the sky. The blade of the silver moon became brighter and brighter, and the violent vibration almost caused the whole stone of formidable person to tremble. Summer solstice was just about to move, but her whole body suddenly shook. In her body, which she was not aware of, countless vitality seemed to rush out without warning. The remaining vitality in the immortality potion she had taken was suddenly stimulated to the extreme, and a large amount of vitality was constantly repairing the internal injuries in her body. Her foundation, which had been damaged for many years, was almost recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her whole breath was becoming stronger and stronger. His Majesty suddenly stopped and looked around. It was daytime in Italos, and the warm sun shone on the street. His Majesty's body suddenly began to tremble. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Melad asked subconsciously. His Majesty's body trembled. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice, "I don't know, but I suddenly feel very bad." He paused and said in a heavier voice, "No, it's very bad." Desert prison. In the dormitory of Xiao Mahai, Li Tianlan was meditating on the large and soft bed. His injury had almost completely healed in a few months of recuperation, and his state had also reached the peak. He became more and more focused in the state of meditation. Without any warning, he suddenly opened his eyes. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The luxurious dormitory had completely disappeared in front of him. He did not know when the hazy fog had completely filled the room. The fog was misty and more, constantly emerging from his body. It was the dragon vein that he carried. But suddenly, it seemed to be completely out of control, completely out of Li Tianlan's control. Li Tianlan was startled and subconsciously tried to stand up. But as soon as he moved, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. An unprecedented weakness completely enveloped him. In the white fog, his body had almost turned into nothingness. Only the vast white fog kept gushing out, more and more, covering everything. The whole dormitory became pure white. Yuzhou. Xian Xuanzi's body was stiff, and his palm was still pointing to the sky. There were more and more meteors in the sky, densely packed. Thousands of them appeared in the night sky, with incomparably dazzling brilliance. Xian Xuanzi's eyes became more and more frightened. Meteor shower? He knew that it was not. He was sure that it was not a meteor shower. In his eyes, the glimmering lights represented the fate of boundless vitality. They streaked across the sky and stirred up everything, turning all the order in the dark into a complete mess. It was impossible to speculate. The fate of countless people was completely scattered. It was as if there were countless forks in the road, densely packed like a maze. Xian Xuanzi opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not only his mouth but also his eyes, ears, and nostrils were full of blood. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of blood had dyed his Taoist robe red, making him look like a bloody man. It suddenly began to snow in Yuzhou City. In the sky full of stars, snowflakes kept falling. It was a heavy snowfall. Xian Xuanzi's body shook and fell. Dongqing Wudi held his body and said in a serious tone, "What's going on?" "Cough, cough." Xian Xuanzi coughed, and every time he coughed, a lot of blood foam came out. His voice was hoarse. "Heaven's secret." In the voice that was getting weaker and weaker, he opened his mouth with great difficulty. "Heaven's secret is messed up. The fate of the country, messed up. Karma, messed up. Divine Emperor of 9 Heavens." Chapter 744. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, It snowed heavily in Linen. The heavy snow fell from late at night to early in the morning, getting heavier and heavier. The world was silvery white, and the water of the West Lake became clearer. Snow was not common in Linen, and the West Lake in the snow was even more magnificent. When the snow covered the world, countless citizens had come to the West Lake to play, and the atmosphere was relaxed and leisurely. Two men, who seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, walked quietly in the crowd, calm and indifferent. Walking in front was a young man who seemed to be in his 30s. Under the flying snow, in the crowd, he was like a very eye-catching lighthouse, constantly attracting the attention of everyone around him. The young man seemed to be unaware of it. He just raised his head and looked at the snowflakes in the air in a trance. No one could see his appearance clearly, but almost everyone's eyes around him were firmly attracted by him. It was an indescribable feeling, like the flying snow in the air, the breeze in the morning, the moonlight at night, and the sunset at dusk. Cold, indifferent, perfect, and quiet. He was so quiet that he was almost old. This was unparalleled perfection and elegance. Although no one could see his appearance clearly, everyone who saw him could be sure that this was a perfect man, ethereal and dreamy. The young girls on the West Lake summoned up their courage and came over almost in waves. Even if they couldn't get his contact information, it was good to talk to such a man, but no one could get within 3 meters of him. The young man was silent. The man who followed him with a respectful face stood up to stop them when necessary, like the most dutiful bodyguard. Strictly speaking, the bodyguard was also a rarely seen handsome man. He was 1.9 meters tall and of mixed Eurasian descent. His posture was straight, and his appearance was extremely handsome. However, his aura was too gloomy and cold. With a sweep of his eyes that were like cold stars, most of the girls who were rushing over were so scared that they stopped in their tracks. More and more young women rushed over, almost never stopping. Most of them could be stopped by the bodyguard with his eyes, but there were always a small number of strong women who would not be frightened. Whenever this happened, the bodyguard would quickly step forward 2 steps and block the girls who rushed over. He did not speak and just moved forward. He repeated this process over and over again, without the slightest impatience. Gradually, there were more and more women behind them, and the scale was getting more and more spectacular, forming a very unique scenery on the West Lake. The bodyguard seemed to be a little impatient. The corner of his mouth moved, and he said hoarsely, "Your Majesty, should I kill these reckless women?" The man who had been watching the snowflakes in a daze shook his head and chuckled. "Forget it." His voice was calm, indifferent, and magnetic. The two walked to the shore and stood under a willow tree. Suddenly the young man said, "Your Majesty, this is the first time. My master took me away from here when I was a child, and this is the first time for me to come back. It's been more than 30 years. The bodyguard, who had an incomparably cold and dangerous aura, was unusually docile beside the young man. Upon hearing his words, he bowed slightly and whispered, "Your Majesty, do you want to go to the broken bridge to enjoy the snow? Of the West Lake of the mountain. I of is day. Of lake. Of time of day. Of world. Of world of day of day of day." The crowd around them was noisy. Countless young women following behind the two of them did not leave. Their scorching gazes landed on the young man's back. "Azura." The young man suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty." The bodyguard took a step forward and bowed slightly. "There are too many people here. It's annoying," the young man said. Azura nodded. "I understand." He stepped back, picked up the phone, dialed a number, and whispered something. Vaguely, the words "Your Majesty" and "Dynasty" could be heard, but they were soon drowned out by the fog. In less than 5 minutes, Azura returned to the young man's side and whispered, "The army has set off, and the speaker of Jiangzhou will come soon. West Lake will soon be cleared. The speaker just communicated with the Parliament of Zhongzhou State and agreed in principle to give West Lake to Your Majesty. From today on, West Lake will not be open to the public, but the specific construction needs to be taken over by the people of the dynasty. Your Majesty, what style do you want? Let's go to the cemetery." The young man thought for a while and said slowly. Shura's body stiffened. He was a little surprised, but then he nodded. Okay. He suppressed the surprise in his heart. It seemed that he no longer felt that there was anything strange about transforming West Lake, a scenic spot of world civilization, into a cemetery. This is a cemetery. Aunt and uncle are here, and so is my brother. They don't like to be disturbed. The young man said faintly, Azura, you arrange this matter. Okay, Your Majesty. Azura nodded. What are you talking about? A soft and elegant voice suddenly sounded. Azura took 2 steps back. A beautiful woman whose age could not be judged came over with a bouquet of flowers and a quiet smile. The woman's clothes were very simple. She wore a black coat, trousers and flat shoes. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her face was without any makeup. She was as clear and light as the beautiful West Lake in front of her. She carefully took care of the flowers in her arms. Looking at the young man in front of her, her calm eyes contained countless complicated emotions. I want this lake. The young man pointed to the lake in front of him. His voice came out of the dense fog. It's very good here. It's very good. Is it going to be transformed into the second carefree city? If Grandpa Lin comes back, he should like it here very much. The woman smiled. The young man was silent for a while and shook his head with a smile. Master. He told me some time ago that he had seen the carefree city for a lifetime and was tired of it. After a while, he also planned to travel around the world. I want to make this a cemetery. Aunt and uncle will sleep here so that they will not be disturbed. The woman was slightly stunned and smiled, but her smile became a little sad. Well, it's also very good. I just don't know if my parents and my brother will like it. They will like it. The young man said softly. I have talked with Zhongzhou State. When I come back this time, I will also move the remains of my parents here. A subtle mist spread over and wrapped the woman and Azura. The world seemed to be motionless. But the next second, the 3 had left the shore, crossed the clear lake, and came to a hill. 2 dilapidated tombstones appeared in front of the 3. The woman's hand holding the flowers trembled slightly. She whispered, That's even better. If uncle and aunt come, my parents will not be lonely. I hope so. The young man nodded. I hope aunt and uncle don't hate my mother. We are sorry for them. The woman reached out and touched the young man's hair. She said softly, No, we are a family. Really? The young man looked at the flying snow in front of him. Cousin, do you hate her? My mother. Do you hate her? No. The woman whispered. I may not have liked her before, but when I see you, I don't hate her anymore. When my parents see uncle, they won't hate aunt. We are a family. And grandpa and grandma, grandma and grandpa. The young man muttered to himself. The dense mist dissipated around him. A perfectly chiseled face appeared in the air. His expression was still calm, but a trace of blood gradually appeared in the corner of his eyes. Azura. He suddenly opened his mouth and called out, Your Majesty. Azura took a step forward. You have cleaned my grave for 10 years. Do you know who you are cleaning for? His Majesty's voice was a little cold. It's for the family of Your Majesty. Azura said hesitantly. His Majesty nodded, reached out to touch the dilapidated tombstone in front of him, and said blandly, My aunt and uncle are lying here. The grave next to it is my brother's. The one standing beside me now is the chief administrator of the dynasty, my cousin, the daughter of my aunt and uncle. Azura's body trembled, and he lowered his head, not daring to look up. This was originally a big family that stood at the peak of Zhongzhou State. Azura, why is it like this? His Majesty whispered to himself in a confused tone. Azura's body trembled more and more severely. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, still not daring to speak. At this moment, he was not a super expert who was famous in the dark world, and was about to break through the peak of the invincible realm. He was just an ordinary person who did not know what to do in fear and trepidation. Because of my father, His Majesty smiled softly. Do you know that my father was the heavenly son of that era? Everyone thought that he could lead the family to a new height. He unconsciously stroked the tombstone with his palm and whispered. Just when he was closest to success, he failed. My grandfather. His voice was still calm, but the temperature between heaven and earth was getting lower and lower. He was the most famous marshal in Zhongzhou state back then, and even the most famous marshal in the world. He fought hundreds of battles in his life and never failed. No marshal in the world was his opponent. He was a hero all his life. The day after my father failed and died, he took a military plane from the border to Yuzhou, but he died in an air crash. His body has not been found until now. Azura's body crawled down, and he did not dare to move. These things might have nothing to do with him, but His Majesty was obviously in a bad mood now. In the past few years, more than one Invincible Realm expert had died in His Majesty's anger, including an expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm. Although he was His Majesty's henchman, he did not dare to be too relaxed at this time. My grandmother could have become a member of parliament in Zhongzhou state. As soon as the news of my father's death came, the news of my grandfather's death came. She quarreled with my grandfather for many years because of my father. After the news came, she vomited blood and fell into a coma. When she woke up, she went completely crazy and died in a mental hospital in the spring of the next year. My uncle was the speaker of Jiangxia. After my grandfather's funeral, he was hit by a car and died on the road as soon as he left the scene. The wind stopped. In an instant, the flying snow tens of thousands of meters above the entire West Lake froze in the air. The extreme coldness spread out with the hill as the center. The army that was ready to clear the West Lake had not arrived yet. The tourists by the West Lake rushed home in a hurry in the extreme cold. My aunt was reported for corruption and bribery. Everything that was reported was unreliable, but some people believed it. She sent my cousin to a friend's house and was thrown into prison. When she was sent to prison, she was 8 months pregnant. My brother was born in prison. On the second day of his birth, it was said that all the bones in his body were crushed. How old was the child? He cried in prison all day. All day. My aunt knelt down and begged the prison guards to let her take the child to the hospital, but no one paid attention to her. On the night my brother died, my aunt also died in prison. The woman in front of the tombstone put down the flowers and covered her mouth, not daring to cry out loud. Maybe there was another aunt. I don't know if she counted. After my father's accident, she jumped from the highest building in Huating. Her body was long gone. Do you know what happened next? Later, my mother found my cousin and hid me and my cousin. And then, oh sorry, I shouldn't have said this. Azura, do you know the reason for all of this? It's the death of your Majesty's father, Azura said in a hoarse voice. He didn't dare not answer. It's true. His Majesty nodded. Do you know why my father died? Azura really didn't dare to answer this time. He naturally knew the answer. Almost everyone in the Dark World knew it. But since the establishment of the dynasty, no one dared to talk about this topic. Those who dared to talk about it were all dead. His Majesty said it himself. Because when my father was closest to success, my mother killed him. For me. She killed my father and put the whole family beyond redemption. That silly woman. Later, she gave birth to me and found my cousin. It seemed that she accompanied me for a while, but I don't remember. Then, she went to find someone to avenge my father. Well, she was the murderer. She took away my father's sword and almost killed most of the people related to my father's death. She herself also died with the enemy in the final battle. During that time, my cousin and I stayed alone in Huating. My cousin was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. She had to find some clean food for me to eat when she went out to pick up garbage. At that time, we were like 2 stray dogs that could be pinched to death at any time. Later, my master looked for us for a long time before he took us back to the City of Happiness in Switzerland. So many years have passed. The Dark World has been talking about that year, and I have also been studying that year. Many times, I want to ask why. If someone could have mercy, the whole situation would not have been like this. But there were too few people involved in that year. Until a few days ago, I met the Emperor of Huawu. My sword was on his neck, and I asked him why. Do you know how he answered? His Majesty laughed. He said it didn't matter. Because it's not important. I slashed him more than 3,000 times with my sword. I also killed his entire family of 14, and his 3,000 cherry blossom guards. Since he doesn't think that what happened in the past is important, then what I do now shouldn't matter. It really doesn't matter. His Majesty muttered to himself like a calm madman. After all, no matter what I do, those who deserve to die are those who don't deserve to die. He patted the tombstone. They're all dead. But is it over? His Majesty turned around and looked at Azura kneeling in front of him. Tell me, Azura, is it over? Of course it's not over. Azura suddenly raised his head, his eyes blood-red. And the Wang family of Beihai. I just received the news that Xiao Tian has officially destroyed the Shenwu Corps in Africa and destroyed all the industries of the Wang family of Beihai in Africa. In addition, 3 hours ago, Jingzhe led the Holy Disarmament Corps to officially attack the headquarters of the Rothschild family and began to clean up all the allies of the Wang family of Beihai in Europe. The woman's eyes were calm and tough. In less than 2 months, everything the Wang family of Beihai has done around the world will become history. Only Beihai province can be preserved. Azura, Xiaotian, Jingzhe. They were the 3 experts at the peak of the invincible realm in the dynasty, and they were the 3 experts who were close to breaking through. There was only one such expert in the Wang family of Beihai, and he was in a very special state. The woman suddenly wanted to appreciate the desperate expression of the hostess of the Wang family of Beihai at this time. I don't allow Beihai province to continue to exist. His Majesty was silent for a while and said slowly. But the current president of Zhongzhou State has a very close relationship with the Wang family of Beihai, and Senior Lin. The woman hesitated. I'll talk to Master. His Majesty said blandly. As for the president, he has no time. When he retires, I'll let the Wang family of Beihai and the 7 sword-holding families kill everyone. The woman's eyes lit up slightly. Azura's face turned red, and his face was full of ferocious killing intent. Let the Wang family of Beihai kill everyone. A few days ago, there might be people who questioned the authenticity of this sentence. But now, when the whole dark world was trembling under the sword of the dynasty, no one dared to question all this. The reason for this change was not because of the 3 experts at the peak of the invincible realm in the dynasty. It was because of His Majesty in front of him. His Majesty was invincible. In one day, he traveled thousands of miles and killed 14 emperors at the peak of the invincible realm, but he himself had no supreme power. Several figures appeared on the path at the foot of the mountain. A small group of well-dressed people, who were no longer young, stood on the mountain road. They were a little hesitant, and seemed to be afraid to come up. Is it the speaker of Jiangzhe? His Majesty raised his eyebrows. I'll go and have a look. The woman smiled and turned to go down the mountain. The speaker of Jiangzhe immediately smiled, trotted over, and bowed repeatedly. Hello, hello. I'm the speaker of Jiangzhe. Hello. The woman nodded indifferently. What's the matter? I heard that His Majesty is here, so I came to see what you need. The speaker wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and asked softly. We don't need it, and we'll leave right away. Mr. President, if there's nothing else, please go back. His Majesty is in a bad mood and doesn't want to see guests. Who are you? Don't forget, the one standing here is Mr. President of Jiangzhe. A young secretary asked loudly. Who the hell are you people? The speaker's face changed dramatically. He seemed to be stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly and said blandly, My name is Dong Chengyu, the CEO of the Sword Dynasty. If I don't understand it, there will be explanations in 2 or 3 chapters. I especially like to write these messy things. I'm poisoned. Chapter 745. Sword Dynasty. Dong Chengyu. The speaker's legs felt weak. In recent years, there might be people in the dark world who didn't know who the president of Zhongzhou State was, but there was no one who hadn't heard of Dong Chengyu. She was the Princess Royal of Sword Dynasty, the chief administrator, and the cousin of His Majesty. Most of the time, she took care of all the affairs of the dynasty for His Majesty. Her status was even higher than that of the 3 experts at the peak of the invincible realm. In the dynasty, when His Majesty's will was silent, Dong Chengyu's will was the will of the entire Sword Dynasty. He had just been promoted and transferred to Jiangzhe not long ago. Before that, he was not even qualified to meet Dong Chengyu. Jiangzhe was the enemy of the rise of His Majesty's father. When the dynasty was so powerful, the fact that the speaker could come to Wuyue had already explained a lot of problems. Although the Zhongzhou State Parliament was his organization officially, putting aside those superficial things, from the standpoint of the group, Dong Chengyu could be said to be his immediate superior's immediate superior. The speaker didn't expect that his newly elected secretary would have the guts to offend Dong Chengyu. This wasn't loyalty at all. It was stupidity. The chairman's mind was in a mess for a moment. Before he could speak, the secretary mumbled subconsciously, "What the hell is the Sword Dynasty?" Swish. The frozen snow in the air suddenly fell. The speaker felt dizzy. He didn't even feel that he was moving. However, all the people he brought here crossed the mountain road and came to the two old tombstones. A calm and indifferent gaze that looked kind but actually had no warmth fell on him. The perfect face of a man appeared in front of the speaker. The speaker felt dizzy for a moment. His Majesty's voice rang out slowly. "Sword Dynasty is mine." Plop. The speaker's knees went weak. He knelt on the ground. His face was pale and his voice trembled. "Your Majesty," he was the speaker of Jiangxia. In the entire Zhongzhou state, he was a bigwig with a high position and power. He should not be so spineless. However, the person he was facing now really had an irresistible power in today's world situation. Sword Dynasty. The strongest power in the dark world. Or it was the only power in the dark world. Being the only one meant that everything would be unified. It was a dynasty that really occupied the dark world and affected the world structure. In one day, he traveled thousands of miles, traveled to 6 European countries, and killed 14 experts at the peak of the invincible realm. The heavenly emperor Huawu, who was a half-step heavenly talent, the holy war angel of the Vatican, the queen of shadows of the throne of shadows for many years. The names that had shone in the dark world were dim. The superior of the invincible realm was killed by his sword. They were all ants. But the dark world did not wither. Instead, it became more and more glorious. Countless rays of light had gathered on His Majesty. His martial arts were matchless, and his radiance was boundless. He was not a great man. Tyrant, dictator, arrogant, cold-blooded, ruthless, cruel, crazy, suspicious, temperamental, bloodthirsty. Almost all the negative words could be used on him. Even some of his own people couldn't find any point to refute. Except for Dongcheng, he didn't trust anyone. In the 11 years since the establishment of the Sword Dynasty, there had been 9 masters of the Invincible Realm and 3 at the peak of the Invincible Realm, excluding His Majesty. There were only 6 Invincible Realm experts left in the Sword Dynasty. 3 of them didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but in the hands of the temperamental His Majesty. He was like a madman completely immersed in hatred, wantonly squandering his sword radiance and power, killing the whole dark world. Every day, countless people cursed him to die a horrible death and be struck by lightning. But no one and no power could stop him from moving forward. He was the founder and dominator of the Sword Dynasty. He was the chosen one of the dark world. He was the saint of the Lin clan. He was the sword god, Li Dongcheng. Who told you to kneel down? Looking at the speaker kneeling at his feet, Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, it's my fault. The chairman's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He really did not have much confidence. The rise of the Sword Dynasty was bloody and cruel. The number of people who had died at the hands of His Majesty, the Sword God, was in the double digits. As a chairman, he really did not think that his identity could protect him. You are the speaker of Jiangxia. Since you can stand here, you are one of my people. Li Dongqing said blandly. Don't my people have bones? Stand up, I don't need slaves, just a few of them are enough. He stretched out his palm. Azura bent down at the right time, and let Li Dongqing's palm fall on his head. His face was full of fanaticism, and his eyes were filled with glory from the bottom of his heart. The speaker stood up tremblingly, his body shaking slightly. Stand up. Li Dongqing said blandly. You are a member of the dynasty. You don't need to be afraid of anything. Remember, when you contribute to the dynasty, the Sword Dynasty will also support you. Yes. The speaker finally straightened his body and focused his eyes on the legendary majesty in front of him. Li Dongqing was silent for a while, then slowly turned around. He glanced at the tombstone in front of him and knelt down. Azura, Dongcheng, the speaker, and the high-level officials of the Jiangxia provincial government all knelt down with him. It was snowing heavily. Li Dongcheng kowtowed 3 times seriously, then stood up and said, "Let's go." The speaker straightened his body and blinked. A dense mist rose up. The 3 giants of the Sword Dynasty had disappeared. The world was empty, only the falling snow. The frozen snow above the West Lake slowly fell. The sudden chill had already dissipated. In the hazy fog, Li Dongcheng slowly walked out of the fog and sat in a black Rolls-Royce. He and Dongcheng sat in the back. Azura sat in the front passenger seat. Airport. Li Dongcheng said. He leaned back on the seat and turned his head to look at the snow outside the window. He didn't say anything else. The Rolls-Royce slowly moved forward, not too fast nor too slow. Dongcheng opened a PDA and entered the Sword Dynasty's virtual conference room. She began to deal with the daily affairs of the dynasty. She saw a message and a few communication requests. She slightly raised her eyebrows and made a sound of surprise. Dongcheng. She chuckled. Princess Alice of Navia has followed you here. She tried to contact you 12 minutes ago, but the communication was rejected by the system. She then sent 3 emails. 2 of them were apologies, and 1 of them was hoping to meet you. Tell her to scram. Li Dongcheng looked at the snow outside the window and said indifferently. Dongcheng's smile slightly stiffened and she asked doubtfully, "Why? I remember that you seemed to like her a lot. A while ago, you often stayed over at her place." "That was a while ago." Li Dongcheng shook his head. "I'm tired of it now." "Tired?" Dongcheng muttered to herself, her expression complicated. This answer sounded extremely cruel, but Dongcheng was already used to it. She didn't know when it started, but Li Dongcheng had always been surrounded by all sorts of women. As the Sword Dynasty continued to expand, the blood and corpses brought fear to the people, but at the same time, it also allowed countless people to see the huge benefits. International supermodels, famous celebrities, rich heiresses, princesses of the royal family. Countless people tried their best to send the women they had painstakingly chosen to the Sword Dynasty to present to His Majesty, the Sword God. Li Dongcheng had never once objected to this. As long as he was pleasing to the eye, he would not reject them. One after another, beautiful women of noble status entered his bed, and then left. Not a single one of them had stayed by Li Dongcheng's side for more than a week. He was tired of playing. This was Li Dongcheng's only reason. It wasn't an excuse, he was really tired of it. The Sword Dynasty headquarters had beautiful women from all over the world become maids, chefs, gardeners, administrative staff. Li Dongcheng didn't care about them. They had all had intimate relationships with Li Dongcheng, but it seemed that not long after, Li Dongcheng didn't even remember their names. It was a kind of disregard that came from his bones. He didn't care about any women, and he didn't care about anything. That year, Li Dongcheng was 36 years old. He didn't get married, he didn't have children, he didn't have a girlfriend. He had the biggest dynasty in the dark world, but he didn't care about it. His life was only about martial arts. He was known as the Sword God, but ever since he entered the invincible realm, he had even abandoned his sword. In Dongcheng's heart, this cousin of hers who was already truly invincible, had always been a person with nothing. He didn't care about anything, and even instinctively hated this world. He struggled to reach the peak in hatred, and now even the martial arts he cared about the most had reached the end. What else did he have? He had nothing, only silence, only loneliness. He didn't like anything, he didn't care about anything, he didn't want anything, he didn't ask for anything. This was the most boring person, and also the scariest. His life seemed to be just a simple one, and he had turned his life into the most meaningless state. Dongcheng. Dongcheng softly called out. Yes. Have you been happy? Dongcheng's voice was faint, like a sigh. Li Dongcheng was silent for a while, then the corner of his mouth slightly raised. That's not important. Then what's important? Dongcheng subconsciously raised her voice. Li Dongcheng's gaze moved from the snowflakes outside the window to her. Dongcheng quietly stared at him, her face red. Cousin is angry. Li Dongcheng's voice was very gentle. I know what you are thinking. I know what you're thinking, but that's exactly what I can't figure out. Those women that Princess Alice are annoying. I liked them before, but I don't like them anymore. I just want them to stay away from me. What's wrong with that? I don't owe them anything. She is the princess of the Nevia royal family. After the fall of Rothschild, almost half of the assets will be transferred to the Nevia royal family. This is a transaction. I hate it when they think about these things so complicatedly. What makes them think that by sleeping with me, they will become the mistress of Sword Dynasty? Are they worthy? I only need a woman in my life occasionally, not a companion. Sword Dynasty also doesn't need a mistress. If there really is a mistress, it would only be you, cousin. They aren't worthy. Dongqing's face turned red for a moment. She knew that Li Dongqing didn't mean it that way, but she couldn't help but think too much. She squeezed the computer in her hands, her eyes dazed, and shook her head. The Nevia royal family has a lot of influence in Europe. If you reject Alice, it might cause some negative effects. I don't care about that. Li Dongqing leaned back and said indifferently, everyone has their own thoughts. As long as they don't put it into action, then it will always be a secret. They can be dissatisfied, but they better not make me dissatisfied. If anyone dares to jump out, just kill them. Contact Jingzhe and let him go to Nevia and ask their king. Do they want to live to take over Rothschild's assets, or do they want to all die? I am willing to fulfill their wishes. Dongqing smiled bitterly. Before she could open her mouth, a call that bypassed Sword Dynasty's system suddenly lit up on the computer. It's Jingzhe. Dongqing picked it up. Princess Royal Highness. The computer did not light up, but an uneasy voice came from the other side of the computer. Jingzhe, what's the situation with Rothschild? Dongqing hid all her emotions and asked calmly. Dynasty has already taken over Rothschild's headquarters. Most of the core members of the Rothschild family have been killed, but Jingzhe's voice became more and more uneasy. Dongqing could even imagine him wiping his cold sweat. Speak. Li Dongqing suddenly opened his mouth, and his tone was simple. Your Majesty. Jingzhe was slightly shocked, and his voice trembled. He hesitated and said dryly, Your Majesty, I'm useless. I let Paul escape. Dongqing was a little surprised. Paul was the current patriarch of Rothschild, and was also an expert at the peak of the invincible realm. However, he had been seriously injured for many years, and it was impossible for him to be Jingzhe's opponent. Under such circumstances, he actually escaped. This was simply unbelievable. Li Dongqing was silent for a few seconds, and said indifferently, Trash. Yes, Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. I don't need to explain. Li Dongqing said indifferently. I want to go to Beihai to bring back my mother's remains. Jingzhe, you have 3 days. After 3 days, either Paul dies or you die. Do you understand? Jingzhe took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I understand. Li Dongqing made a sound of agreement. The call ended. The carriage fell into silence once again. Dongqing was dealing with the files on the computer, and she sent one order after another to all over the world. Go to Beihai first? Yes, Wang Jingxin wants to avoid me. The day before yesterday, he urgently visited Maple, and I insisted on seeing him. I have already informed the top management of Maple. By tomorrow at the latest, no matter what method they use, I want to see Wang Jingxin in Yuzhou. Li Dongqing shook his head. They should be sober now. For my enemies, they are only temporarily safe in Zhongzhou State. I am in Zhongzhou State, and the 160 dynasties are distributed all over the world. Where else can they hide? Dongqing was silent for a moment, and she was in a trance. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the legendary hostess of the Wang family of Beihai. Had she foreseen that this day would come? Maybe, maybe not. But from the year when Dongqing became the holy disciple of the Lin clan, she should have known that this matter was destined to not end peacefully. Her talent was not excellent. After her husband died, she turned herself into a monster. A large number of mechanical metals were implanted into her flesh and blood. Countless gene potions of the Wang family of Beihai were integrated into her body. She used all means, gave up all the superficial things, and forcibly turned herself into the combat capability of the peak of the invincible realm. Everything seemed to be just for self-protection, to protect her Beihai. But what was the use? She could see every development of the Sword Dynasty. Every growth of the Sword God was stepping on the hearts of the superpowers in the dark world. The Lin clan protected him to enter the invincible realm under countless pressures, and made countless sacrifices. All of these became the deepest hatred in Li Dongqing's heart. So from the very beginning, the Sword Dynasty was expanding in the craziest manner. From the very beginning, Li Dongqing's orders were mostly 4 words. Kill them all. The royal families of 2 countries. 2 retired presidents. Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Shadow Throne. Kunlun City. Heroes Club. Polar Ground Alliance. Men in Black. Countless strong enemies. His orders were always only 4 words. Kill them all. Their masters, their families, their friends' families, their friends' friends, anyone who had a little relationship with them, he killed them all. Under the will of the Sword God, the whole dynasty was like a hysterical beast venting its hatred, roaring and tearing up all the enemies. If this was a road of revenge, the Wang family of Beihai was undoubtedly the end. Another end. What else could he do besides killing the Wang family of Beihai? It's so pitiful, Dong Qingyu muttered to herself. They don't deserve pity, Li Dongqing said lightly, just like when our family was destroyed, when Grandpa was blown to death, when Grandma went crazy, when Aunt knelt down in prison because of brother, just like when you picked up trash to feed the 2 of us, sister. His calm eyes seemed to hide endless darkness and ice. Who pitied us? Yes. Dong Qingyu said softly, the Lin clan. Li Dongqing was silent for a long time. I'm sorry to master, but the Sword Dynasty didn't let the Lin clan down. The Lin clan had indeed sacrificed too much for him. His master had treated him unreservedly, and his master's son, the brilliant man who should have inherited the Lin clan and was like a father to Li Dongqing, had died in the hands of the enemy in order to protect him. For so many years before the establishment of the Sword Dynasty, the Lin clan had been struggling almost every day. He was sorry to the man who had gradually become old. He could only try his best to compensate the Lin clan with the Sword Dynasty. They all deserved to die. Li Dongqing looked in the direction of Beihai. His voice was very soft, but it had the determination to tear the world apart. A black Rolls-Royce drove into the airport in the wind and snow. A silver private jet was waiting quietly in the airport. The Rolls-Royce drove directly into the plane. The private plane slowly took off, entered the high altitude, and quickly left Linen. Li Dongqing ate something casually, then sat on the sofa, quietly looking at the sky outside the window. Most of the time, he seemed to be like this. He didn't know fatigue. In addition to fighting, there was only silence. It was a dull, almost dead silence. The flowing clouds outside the window kept moving backward. The sea of clouds was magnificent and floated outside the window. Li Dongqing quietly watched for a while, and closed his eyes. It was already afternoon when the plane landed in Beihai. It was also snowing heavily in Beihai. The snow was like goose feathers fluttering in the wind. Compared with Linen, the temperature in Shenzhou was lower, biting cold. Where are they? This group of bastards, how dare they? Your Highness Princess Royal, I killed them all. Why can't you contact them? They all want to die. The 5th Corps of the dynasty is stationed in Snow Country. Within 12 hours, I will slaughter Shenzhou. Li Dongqing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes became calm and indifferent the moment he opened them. The hazy fog slowly dissipated as he woke up. Li Dongqing stood up. Have we arrived? Dongqing and Azura's voices suddenly stopped. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Azura looked a little frightened. On the other hand, Dongqing was filled with rage and coldness. What's going on? Li Dongqing walked to the cabin door. Your Majesty, no one from Zhengzhou State and Beihai came to greet us. Li Dongqing stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at him. No one. Not a single one. Azura clenched his fists tightly, his whole body emitting a shocking murderous aura. Li Dongqing continued to walk forward and said indifferently, Where are the people from the dynasty? None. Dongqing took over the conversation. Li Dongqing smiled. He had already walked out of the cabin. Looking at the fluttering snow and the empty road, he squinted his eyes and smiled. Seems like something interesting happened here. Dongcheng and Azura did not speak anymore. A grand welcoming ceremony was just something on the surface. But this was the scene of the Sword Dynasty. Other than Zhongzhou State, which country in the world dared to not give this face? Most importantly, before they left, Dongcheng had already gotten in touch with the North Sea. Beihai confirmed again and again. Not only Beihai speaker, but the 9 council members of Zhongzhou State, other than Wang Jingxin, from the Prime Minister to the last one, all came to greet His Majesty the Sword God. Everyone was waiting for His Majesty the God of Swords in the wind and snow, including the mistress of the North Sea. Dongcheng did not feel that such etiquette was too much. The Sword Dynasty had enough rights to enjoy all kinds of treatment. The Sword Dynasty had 160 bases all over the world. With the death of Rothschild, the dynasty had practically ruled all of Europe and America. East Island had already surrendered yesterday. No matter which country the Sword God went to, there would be several high-level officials personally greeting him. Dongcheng had never thought that His Majesty would receive such treatment when he came to Zhongzhou State. No one, even the people from the dynasty stationed in Shenzhou, did not come. Most importantly, all of them could not be contacted at this time. Where did the Wang family of Beihai get the guts to do this? Is Zhongzhou crazy? Dongcheng found it hard to believe. I heard that the widow and Beihai underwent a crucial transformation. Maybe this gave them confidence? Li Dongcheng sat in the car. The car drove out of the airport but did not enter the underground of Shenzhou. Instead, it drove onto the surface. The entire Shenzhou was covered in snow, but other than that, there was nothing unusual. Li Dongcheng squinted his eyes. Azura calmed down. Your Majesty, they are looking for death. Dongcheng did not speak. His Majesty of the Sword Dynasty came to Beihai this time to bring back his mother's remains. The dynasty had a clear requirement. Within 7 days, the whole Shenzhou city must be in mourning clothes. From the widow to the ordinary soldiers, everyone on Mount Dibing must wear mourning clothes. Beihai had started preparing since yesterday. But obviously, all the preparations were gone today. So our base in Beihai should have been destroyed. Otherwise, they would have come. Dongcheng said slowly. Is the Wang family of Beihai ready to fight against the dynasty? They don't deserve it. Li Dongcheng shook his head. Let's go and have a look. In the dense fog, the 3 suddenly disappeared in the car. Before the black Rolls-Royce left the city, Li Dongcheng slowly walked out of the hazy fog. Mount Dibing was covered in snow. The quiet path had been cleaned up. Standing in front of the path, Li Dongcheng quietly looked at the sacred mountain that symbolized the supreme power of Beihai. Still no one came to greet him. No one wore mourning clothes. Countless soldiers armed with live ammunition covered almost every corner of the mountain. Everyone was ready for battle. Li Dongcheng laughed. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Your Majesty, I'll kill them all. Azura took a step forward with a grim smile. No need. Li Dongcheng said faintly. They dared to put on such a formation, which means that the widow's transformation is very successful. In this case, I don't mind doing it myself. He didn't need to explain. Since Mount Dibing was ready for war, then the dynasty would give them a war. In the process of expanding the territory of the Sword Dynasty in the Dark World for more than a decade, they had only one purpose, which had never changed. Those who obeyed them would prosper, and those who opposed them would die. Li Dongcheng took a step forward. The next moment, his voice directly echoed in every corner of Mount Dibing. The roar was like thunder. Song Xiai, Haoyan, come out to see me. Come to see me. See me. The clear and cold voice kept echoing. In an instant, Mount Dibing was completely boiling. Countless snipers who were guarding in every corner of the mountain suddenly grasped the sniper rifles in their hands. They wanted to aim, but the endless voice suddenly echoed. Puff! The bodies of countless snipers hiding in the mountains suddenly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood all over the sky. Mount Dibing was in chaos. A cold voice rang from the distant top of the mountain. Who? In the face of such a question, Li Dongcheng's eyes became more and more cruel. You, he raised his palm. The wind and snow in the distance trembled slightly. A fallen leaf covered by the wind and snow fell into his hand. Damn you all. At this moment, there was no sword in his hand. It seemed that from the moment he entered the invincible realm, he who was known as the sword god, no longer used a sword. The leaf that fell into his hand was thrown out by him. The world was silent. The world was originally silent. However, amidst the extreme silence, the quiet world suddenly became incomparably chaotic. It was like a wind blowing. The leaf suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling light. There was no sound. The mighty sword intent shrouded Mount Dibbing in an instant. Around Mount Dibbing, every flower, every tree was torn apart. In the extreme silence, the fallen leaf spun crazily in the air and kept moving forward, getting bigger and bigger, almost covering the entire sky. One leaf covered the sky. Mount Dibbing. Stage of formidable person. Summer Solstice, who had completely recovered to her heyday, suddenly turned back and stared at the foot of the mountain. In the unseen world, there seemed to be a sharp light that could tear the sky and the earth suddenly rushing over. The wildly spinning leaf kept flying. All the leaves on the whole mountain seemed to fly up under this sword, covering the wind and snow and the sky. The whole Mount Dibbing was torn under this sword. There were only leaves in front of her. But in her perception, there was sword light between heaven and earth. Endless sword light surged from the foot of the mountain. The internal guards stationed at the foot of the mountain were all killed in an instant. The elites hidden in the mountain were smashed by the sword chi. Thunder-shocking realm, fire-flaming realm, ice-condensing realm. Countless people and countless elites turned into flesh and blood all over the sky without any room for resistance. Mount Dibbing trembled wildly. The sword energy had gone deep into the ground. Wherever the sword light passed, the road along the way had been completely cut in half. Several deep underground laboratories kept exploding under the pressure of the sword energy. The overwhelming leaves rushed to the top of the mountain. Every leaf was glowing. The gloomy sky was completely illuminated, as if it were daytime. The grand hall that had been built at the top of Mount Dibbing instantly turned into powder. Whether it was the strongest alloy or the trees, they were all torn like a piece of thin paper under the sword light. Mount Dibbing was completely torn apart. From the bottom to the top, it was torn into two peaks. The leaves that covered the sky were still surging and directly appeared in front of summer solstice. Buzz. The silver moon sword on the stone of formidable person seemed to feel its own threat. The body of the sword suddenly vibrated, driving the boulder below to suddenly rotate. The surging sword intent directly swept into the leaves. Compared with the leaves that covered the sky, the sword light of the silver moon was like a small river in front of the sea. There was no comparison. But as the sword light blended into the leaves, the entire mighty sword energy suddenly became extremely scattered. The sword intent that was condensed to the extreme suddenly seemed to have two wills. The mighty sword energy was madly weakened. One part was still rushing to summer solstice, while the other part crossed the sky and went straight into the deep sea. Boom. Nearly half of the power of the sword was directly diverted, and the sea surged crazily. Suddenly, a tsunami that was hundreds of meters tall appeared on the surface of the sea thousands of meters away. A small warship suddenly exploded under the sword will. In the fire that soared into the sky, the extremely sharp sword will lit up in the fallen leaves for a moment. It was like the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but it was instantly extinguished. Summer Solstice's body was thrown up by the surging sword light. Countless leaves penetrated her body. She was covered in blood and hit hard on the stone of formidable person. Her whole face was pale, and there was only fear in her eyes. She could not imagine the power of this sword. Even if it was only half of the sword's power, she was still seriously injured in an instant. Someone at the foot of the mountain seemed to make a sound. Li Dongqing took another step forward. His step directly crossed countless dead bodies. 1 step ago he was still at the foot of the mountain. The next second he had appeared directly on the stage of formidable person. Summer Solstice fell in front of the stone. She was covered in blood and her face was full of disbelief. She stared at the young man in front of her and said in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Li Dongqing glanced at her. He only felt that she was a little familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her. Besides Song Si, when did the Wang family of Beihai have another expert at the peak of the invincible realm? He frowned and said blandly, Li Dongqing of the Sword Dynasty. Who are you? Where is Song Si? Summer Solstice was a little confused. She did not know why he mentioned Song Si. She took a deep breath and said, I am Summer Solstice. The air suddenly became extremely quiet. Li Dongqing stood stiffly where he was. The silver moon sword suddenly left the stone of formidable person and fell into Li Dongqing's hand intimately. Li Dongqing was silent for a long time. He stroked the silver moon sword in his hand. After a long time he said softly, This is my father's sword. My father's sword intent. No wonder. Summer Solstice's pupils suddenly contracted for a moment, as if she was greatly stimulated. Li Dongqing raised his eyelids. You are Summer Solstice? He asked. Summer Solstice nodded, a little stupefied. Li Dongqing put the silver moon sword back into the stone of formidable person, and was silent for a long time. He felt that the woman in front of him was a little familiar. He felt that the name Summer Solstice was a little familiar. It was not until now that he remembered where he had heard the name. He raised his head and looked at the flying snow in the air. His eyes became a little confused. So he stood on the stage of formidable person and asked, Where am I now? Chapter 746. Crack. With a clear cracking sound, the delicate teacup was broken into countless pieces in his hand. The sharp porcelain pierced into the flesh, and the warm tea mixed with some blood flowed down and dripped on the ground, making a subtle and dull sound. Li Guangde quietly lowered his head and stared at the tea and blood in his hand, frowning. What's wrong? In a panicked voice, Phoenix, whose body had become very cumbersome, walked over cautiously and asked in a concerned voice. The news that she was pregnant was no longer a secret. It was 10 months old, and she was about to give birth. After Li Honghe died, she left Linen and officially lived with deity. Li Guangde quietly stared at his palm, and was silent for a long time. Phoenix looked at him nervously and subconsciously touched her belly with both hands. The child's gender had been checked. It was a boy. Li Guangde seemed to have been in a happy mood because of the news. But at this moment, Phoenix clearly saw an emotion on his face that she had never seen before. She couldn't tell what that emotion was. It was as if countless negative emotions were mixed together. It was faint, but it was clearly there. Hesitation, confusion, anger, incomprehension, and a little panic and inexplicable. I don't know. Deity shook his hand. It's just, I suddenly feel very bad. It was as if he was about to lose the most important thing in his life. He did not know what he was going to lose, but the feeling of losing something was so strong that he could clearly hear his heart beating faster and faster. The injuries that he had initially suppressed were showing signs of relapse again. Weakness and exhaustion gradually spread from his body to his brain. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead, feeling a little headache. Let's stay here today. Don't leave, Li Guangde said slowly. The premonition in his heart had become more and more intense, and it was still growing stronger. The feeling of losing something was clearly assaulting him. Li Guangde didn't know why it was like this, but it was clear that the phoenix and the child in her belly were the most important things in his heart. Staying here would at least minimize the risk. Li Guangde took a deep breath and suppressed the increasingly obvious feeling of irritation in his heart. He walked to the window and looked at the sunset outside. Their current location was Ross City in Tiannan. Ross City was located in the central area of Tiannan. To the north was Xianyuan City, and to the south was a city that had just been renamed Burning City. Sandwiched between Xianyuan City and Burning City, this was the neutral city with the most complicated situation in the entire heavenly south. Li Guangde had been in Luo City for nearly half a year. This was originally the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital in Tiannan. But over the past 6 months, all the superpowers had been infiltrating Luo City, and the most brazen ones were Zhongzhou State and East Island. The situation of the Purgatory of Heaven capital had become more and more delicate. Li Guangde had not recovered from his serious injury. Daybreak had not recovered to its peak state since it was attacked half a year ago. The top officials of the Purgatory of Heaven capital had collectively moved from Heaven capital to Tiannan. Standing in this position, it didn't return to East Island, but it also didn't turn to Zhongzhou State. Without the support from the national level, and the highest combat capability was seriously injured, the influence of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was greatly weakened. Ross City was originally the territory of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. When the Purgatory of Heaven capital was first established, Deity in his peak state once fought with Wang Tianzong here, which completely established the influence of the Purgatory of Heaven capital in Tiannan. Now Ross City was constantly being infiltrated by other forces. In the base camp of Heaven capital, and even in the entire East Island, Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School were also devouring the interests of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. East Island completely turned a blind eye to this, but everyone could clearly feel that East Island's patience was gradually fading. Li Guangtu didn't express his position, and East Island was getting more and more vigilant towards the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital. Some of the old people of the Purgatory of Heaven capital had already joined Xianyuan City. Li Guangtu often looked in the direction of Xianyuan City and remained motionless. The Purgatory of Heaven capital had appeared in the Dark World for only 4 years, but with his serious injury in Eastern Europe, the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital had given people the impression that it was past its prime. But Xianyuan City 100 miles away was like the rising sun. In the past 6 months, although Li Tianlan was still in the desert prison, the situation in Xianyuan City had gradually become stable. The system of Xianyuan City was not modeled after that of Zhongzhou State, and there was no Xianyuan City parliament. After Mayor Ning Qianqing's position was gradually stabilized, he appointed the chief judge and chief administrative officer of Xianyuan City. Almost every day, Xianyuan City was getting closer and closer to the peak. Li Guangtu didn't express any opinion on this and kept silent. The sun outside the window gradually sank. Li Guangtu was silent for a long time, and his frown became tighter and tighter. The intuition that he was about to lose something had almost become a substance. He couldn't do anything about it, and he didn't even have a clue. "Your Highness, have some tea." Phoenix made a cup of tea and handed it to Li Guangtu. "You don't have to do these things." Li Guangtu took the teacup and said, "Pay attention to rest." "It's okay." Phoenix smiled sweetly. "The doctor also said that proper exercise is good for me and the baby." Li Guangtu smiled and reached out to touch Phoenix's face. The palm that was cut by the ceramic was stained with blood, and it fell on Phoenix's face. Li Guangtu's smile completely froze. He lowered his head and looked at his palm that was still bleeding. The blood beads flowed very slowly. The dark red color emerged from the wound silently, became full, and then slowly fell. Li Guangtu's pupils contracted little by little, and the depths of his eyes gradually became crazy. Phoenix finally found that something was wrong. She stared at Li Guangtu's palm, and her face changed slightly. Why didn't it heal? Li Guangtu didn't speak, and he seemed to be in a trance. At this moment, he finally realized what he was going to lose. More than 20 years ago, the case of treason was settled. Great Master Wu Wei took away the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State to rebuild his life when he was about to die. From then on, he could be regarded as carrying the foundation of the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. The endless vitality completely rebuilt his completely broken foundation and restored him to the peak of the invincible realm. But Li Guangtu never got the core of the dragon vein, the flower he missed. For years ago, in the final battle of Heaven capital, Great Master Wu Wei, who was supposed to be impartial, gave the flower to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan came back from the dead. That was, from that moment on, the dragon vein reunited in Li Tianlan's body. He carried the dragon vein on his back, and the infinite luck and vitality supported him to travel far away for 3 years, and finally came to this point. The dragon vein became more and more magnificent. The fate of Zhongzhou State became stronger and stronger. Li Guangtu was dissatisfied with this, but he did not panic. Because during this time, even though Li Tianlan carried the dragon vein, Li Guangtu was still nourished by part of the vitality of the dragon vein. The dragon moved its head but not its tail. If the dragon vein that Li Tianlan carried had become the dragon's head, then from a metaphysical point of view, Li Guangtu was standing on the dragon's tail. The luck was not fixed, but he still felt that it was possible for him to recapture the dragon vein. Because of this, in half a year, his originally serious injury had been stabilized again, and he had the hope of completely recovering to the peak state. With the nourishment of the dragon vein's vitality, his body was much faster than people in the same realm, both in terms of healing and recovery. But now, the ceramic cut his palm, but it was just a flesh wound. Why hadn't this small wound healed after such a long time? Li Guangtu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The long-lost panic emerged from his heart. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly said, "Don't wait for me for dinner." Phoenix's face was pale, and she did not dare to speak. "There are some problems. I need to calm down. I'm going to meditate," Li Guangtu said slowly. He turned directly and walked into his meditation room. The whole world quieted down when he closed his eyes. The irritation in his heart disappeared little by little. Countless noises seemed to leave him, getting farther and farther away. Li Guangtu's body and mind were calm. At this moment, it seemed that all the trivial things had left him. Suddenly Li Guangtu, who had been immersed in meditation, opened his eyes, and his face changed dramatically. A hazy fog appeared silently in the meditation room. The fog was getting thicker, and the increasing fog almost covered everything in the meditation room. Li Guangtu's body suddenly trembled. At this moment, he clearly felt that the injuries in his body were healing crazily, and some internal injuries were also getting better. But the vitality that originally belonged to the dragon vein in his body was constantly being drawn out of his body, and more. Countless vitality was flowing in his body, healing his injuries, and then gushing out of his body. The white fog in the meditation room gradually thickened and faded. All the fog disappeared, but it did not return to Li Guangtu's body. Li Guangtu suddenly stood up, and his face was a little twisted. How is this possible? He kept taking deep breaths and gritting his teeth. Who stole my dragon vein? The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. If Li Tianlan was the dragon's head, then the dragon's tail could not appear on him. If it was not Li Tianlan, who could it be? Li Guangtu's expression gradually calmed down, and finally became expressionless. Standing in the meditation room, he was silent for a long time, and then said to himself indifferently, "Why?" He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Your Highness." The phone was quickly connected, and Dawn's voice sounded. "I'll give you 3 days. No matter what, bring Xian Xuanzi of Zhongzhou State to me," Li Guangtu said expressionlessly. Xian Xuanzi was resting in the sanatorium. He woke up slowly. In the afternoon, the hazy winter sun shone through the window, quiet and warm. "You're awake?" Saint's voice sounded. Xian Xuanzi opened his mouth, a little confused. There were still shooting stars in his pupils before he passed out. At this time, looking at the sunshine outside the window, he seemed a little dull. What happened? Xian Xuanzi was silent for a long time, and then asked slowly, "I should be the one asking you this." Saint's tone was extremely solemn. "What happened last night?" "Last night?" Xian Xuanzi asked back. "You've been in a coma for nearly 18 hours. Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Saint asked with a frown. Xian Xuanzi was silent for a while, then he smiled bitterly and said softly, "What did you see last night?" Saint was slightly stunned. His eyes were full of thoughts, and finally, they all turned into fear and dread. Xian Xuanzi looked at him quietly, without saying a word. "Sword light." After a long time, Saint finally gave his answer softly. At that moment last night, when he looked up at the starry sky, all he saw was sword light. Tens of thousands of sword lights cut through the sky like shooting stars, illuminating the night sky. They were incomparably gorgeous, but extremely dangerous. The sword light flew wantonly, and at that moment, it seemed to tear the world apart. Saint was already an expert of the invincible realm, but in the face of the overwhelming sword light, he didn't even have a chance to resist. At that moment, he was like a real nonentity, or a weak child facing an expert at the peak of the invincible realm. He didn't even have the desire to resist. "It's sword light," Xian Xuanzi said to himself. "What about you?" Saint suppressed the fear in his heart and asked, "What did you see?" "That's luck," Xian Xuanzi said softly. The overwhelming luck and karma suddenly became chaotic. If it was in the eyes of ordinary people, it might be a shooting star. In different people's eyes, there are different scenes, but in the end, it's all karma. He paused and said softly, "Something is going to happen." "It's already happened." Saint took a deep breath. When the president met Yi Dongxing last night, he suddenly fell into a coma without warning and hasn't woken up yet. Tianlan also fell into a coma in the desert prison. All the instruments have been used, but we can't find out what's going on. The nation's fate is in turmoil, and karma is intertwined. Those related to the nation's fate will definitely be affected. Xian Xuanzi said softly. When he spoke, his expression was calm, but there was a flash of complexity in his eyes. Intertwined karma? Saint frowned tightly. He didn't believe in the so-called karma and destiny, nor did he believe in the so-called metaphysics. He had seen great Master Wu Wei, and he was no stranger to Xian Xuanzi. Saint was very annoyed by this. He felt that these people were always mysterious and didn't speak human language, talking about things that he couldn't understand. But it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Saint generally stayed away from these people, but in this situation, how could he stay out of it? What do you mean? Make it clear. This is the clearest way to put it. Xian Xuanzi said slowly. I'm not an immortal. How can I make it clear? You think we're mysterious because we can only speculate. What you want is something that we can understand. We're not immortals, so how can we know? Last night, the mystery of heaven was chaotic, and I don't know what would happen. But some karma may be reversed. If the karma already exists, will the previous cause still happen? A lot of things may be intertwined. Some people who shouldn't have appeared, things that shouldn't have happened shouldn't. Stop. Saint had a splitting headache and said directly, I don't care about that. How can I wake Tianlan up? Xian Xuanzi thought for a while and said softly, the dragon vein hasn't changed, and Tianlan should be fine. He sat up from the bed. I want to take a shower. Shower and change clothes? Saint was shocked for a moment. Just take a shower. Xian Xuanzi's mouth twitched, and he walked into the bathroom of the ward. He took a quick shower and came out in less than half an hour. He wore a brand new Taoist robe, a snow-white horsetail whisk, and his dry long hair had been combed neatly. He looked like an immortal again. I want to see my daughter, Xian Xuanzi said. Saint spread out his hands. Go ahead. Xian Xuanzi nodded and turned to walk into another ward. Li Shi lay quietly on the bed, motionless. Xian Xuanzi sat beside her, reached out his hand, and stroked her hair with a trembling hand, without saying a word. What are you thinking about? Saint came in and asked. I'm thinking about her daughter. Xian Xuanzi looked at Li Shi with kind eyes and murmured. Kunlun City is now closed, and we can't see her. Saint was silent for a while and said slowly. Xian Xuanzi's voice fell silent. The sunlight slowly shifted in the sky. After a long time, Xian Xuanzi smiled and said, Let's take a photo together. Saint looked at his smile and seemed to understand something. He found a camera and took a photo of the father and daughter seriously. Xian Xuanzi took a deep look at Li Shi, stood up and said, Arrange a helicopter. I'm going to the desert. Saint nodded and replied, Yes. Xian Xuanzi left the ward, slowly went downstairs, slowly walked out of the inpatient building, came to the door, and waited silently. The sound of the helicopter whistling was faint, getting closer and closer. A monk, who looked a little tired, came from a distance. Xian Xuanzi took a few steps forward, and took the small box with a flower on it from the monk. The helicopter gradually rose in the afternoon sunlight and flew to the desert. Body temperature is normal. Heartbeat is a little slow, but very powerful. Combined with the physical strength of His Highness, heartbeat is normal. Blood pressure is normal, and no virus is found in the blood. His Highness has no wound, and he is very healthy. In the warden's dormitory of the desert prison, countless physicians and doctors of traditional Chinese medicine from various fields in Zhongzhou State were busy, and everyone's faces were obviously filled with helplessness and anxiety. Lieutenant General Xiao Mahai of Zhongzhou State stood at the door and looked at this scene with a pale face. His body was cold, and he was at a loss. Li Tianlan had been in a coma for nearly a day. His coma came without warning, and there was no clue at all. Xiao Mahai only remembered that countless white mist came out of his dormitory. The endless white mist almost covered the whole prison, completely ignoring the obstruction of the room. In the familiar prison, Xiao Mahai stumbled through the white mist, and it took him nearly an hour to find Li Tianlan in a coma. Xiao Mahai, who was almost scared silly, reported the situation to Dongqing Wudi at once. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian rushed to the desert prison as soon as possible. 3 hours after they arrived at the prison, a large medical team with various instruments also rushed over at the same time. The doctors had been busy until now. All kinds of instruments showed that Li Tianlan's physical indicators were completely normal, and doctors of traditional Chinese medicine did not find anything abnormal when they felt his pulse, but Li Tianlan was in a coma. It was inexplicable, and everyone could not figure out what was going on. Did Tianlan show any discomfort before? Dongqing Wudi came to Xiao Mahai and asked. No. Xiao Mahai's body shook and he said with a wry smile, when we had dinner together, His Highness said that his injury had recovered and he felt very good. But just after dinner he became like this. His Highness had dinner with us before he fell into a coma, and I also ate. After some leftovers were tested, it proved that there was no toxicity, and no poisonous gas was detected in the air. Minister, It's okay. Dongqing Wudi reached out and patted Xiao Mahai on the shoulder. Don't worry. His voice was very calm. When he said this, he subconsciously glanced at Bai Qingqian beside him. Outside Hanga Pass, when the weapons research base of the Dongqing clan was completely exploded, Bai Qingqian also vomited blood and was in a coma for a while, but there was no problem with the examination. Only a few hours later, Bai Qingqian woke up. Dongqing Wudi felt that Li Tianlan's current situation should be the same as Bai Qingqian's, but he did not know why he was in a coma for so long. Do you want to go back to Yuzhou? Bai Qingqian pulled Dongqing Wudi's hand and asked in a low voice. On this day, the whole Zhongzhou state was a little chaotic. The news that President Li Huaqing suddenly fell into a coma when he met Yi Dongsheng had spread in a small circle. At present, it was said that Yi Dongsheng had been closely monitored. At such a sensitive time, Dongqing Wudi, as the standing minister of the army headquarters, was the most appropriate person to be in charge of Yuzhou. It was inevitable that he would be criticized if he came to the desert prison at this time. It's okay. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. The situation will not be chaotic. Don't worry. Bai Qingqian nodded and looked at Li Tianlan in the room with some concern and worry. In her sight, Li Tianlan's body lying on the bed suddenly moved. Then he sat up all of a sudden. The helicopter landed slowly less than 60 kilometers away from the prison. The wind and sand all over the sky roared and surged in the desert. In the long distance, the desert prison was only a vague outline in Xian Xuanzi's eyes. Xian Xuanzi got off the plane and stared in the direction of the prison, silent like a statue. Master, what's here? The pilot followed him off the plane and asked in confusion. There's sand here. Xian Xuanzi smiled and looked into the distance. The desert prison appeared and said softly, This is the place. The pilot blinked and was a little puzzled. Xian Xuanzi glanced at him and said with a smile, Master, sorry to trouble you. I just want to come here. Now I'm here, you can go back. The pilot took a serious look at Xian Xuanzi and asked again, What about you, master? Don't worry about me. Xian Xuanzi smiled and shook his head. Goodbye. The pilot hesitated and nodded. He got on the helicopter and glanced at Xian Xuanzi again. Xian Xuanzi smiled and waved his hand. The helicopter slowly rose into the air and gradually went away. Xian Xuanzi sat down facing the desert prison. He took out the earthen jar that contained the fate of the world and carefully placed it on the ground. The wind and sand in the desert gradually quieted down, like a dragon that shows its head but never its tail. In that case, it's better to never see it again. Xian Xuanzi whispered to himself. His eyes became dark, and the countless chaotic secrets of heaven and karma last night seemed to appear in his eyes again. Thousands of karma and countless luck rose and fell, intertwined, collided, and were in chaos. From the moment he opened his eyes, he already knew what he was going to do. Xuanzi looked at the flower in front of him and suddenly laughed. He took out a small knife, reached out and cut his finger, sprinkled the blood on the flower, and whispered, "Flowers bloom." Countless wind and sand spread out in all directions with Xuanzi as the center. The fate of the world, which looked extremely weak and delicate, and could not withstand the dryness of the desert and the sun, kept trembling. It grew bigger and bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xuanzi watched the scene quietly. His white hair was burning crazily, becoming shorter and shorter. The air gradually twisted. There seemed to be an invisible flame burning. There was no fire, but it was extremely hot. Xuanzi looked at the flowers in front of him and laughed. Oh, Wu Wei. It was not until this moment that he vaguely understood that there might be destiny in this time. But neither heaven nor fate could be defied. He and Wu Wei had disturbed too many destinies, plus some other reasons, which led to the disorder of karma last night. He wanted peace. There was destiny in this world. But there was no need for the so-called guru. The fate of the world kept blooming in front of him. A patch of green appeared in the desert, and a large number of flowers kept blooming. Xuanzi's whole body seemed to be burning in an invisible flame. Before his consciousness returned to the darkness, he closed his eyes and whispered, "Flowers fade." The setting sun of the dusk completely fell. At the moment when day and night alternated, a large number of flowers quickly withered. The wind blew in the desert at night. The wind and sand were rolling and whistling. The fate of the world had disappeared. The flowers completely withered. Everything returned to silence. Xuanzi, flowers, green grass, all disappeared, and there was no trace of their existence. At this moment, Li Tianlan opened his eyes. Li Huaqing raised his palm. Li Guangtu, who was still in Tiannan, found the white mist in the meditation room. On Mount Dibing, countless white mist from the south poured into Li Dongqing's body. Similarly, countless white mist floated out and rushed to the desert. The dragon moved its head but not its tail. They would never see each other if they were not supposed to. In the desert and on Mount Dibing, the two people who carried the dragon vein seemed to be completely intertwined. The fate of the world flowers bloomed and fell. At this moment, there was no dragon tail, no dragon head. Both of them carried the complete dragon vein, but they were different dragon veins. Li Dongqing slowly lowered his head. Are you really summer solstice? He didn't know summer solstice, or he had never seen summer solstice in person. He knew summer solstice, but what he saw before was the tombstone and the portrait. Your name is Li Dongqing? Summer solstice endured the pain in her body, and her face became paler. She had never seen Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing didn't answer. He just looked at Beihai in the distance and took a deep breath. At this moment, he finally understood why he couldn't contact the people of the Sword Dynasty in Beihai, and finally understood why no one greeted him at the airport. Too many inconceivable doubts turned into a faint surprise. He laughed. Why am I here? Summer Solstice took a deep breath. The sword god of the Sword Dynasty in front of her might only be inconceivable, but in her heart, there was only horror. Like the stormy waves on the surface of Beihai in a storm, the huge shock and disbelief constantly impacted her cognition. Li Dongqing stood in front of her, real and not fake. Mount Dibing was split in half by a sword. Summer Solstice couldn't explain this power. She had never thought that someone could be so powerful. Li Dongqing glanced at her. There was some eagerness in his eyes. He didn't know why he came here, but he knew that he might be able to see the person he met. Li Dongqing waved his hand. The white mist surged. Azura and Dongqing instantly crossed Mount Dibing and appeared in front of him. Li Dongqing glanced at Summer Solstice. If you are Summer Solstice, then Wang Tianzong should also be here. His voice was indifferent and cold. No matter where he is, ask him to come back. I will take his head before dawn. In the hazy mist, Li Dongqing walked in. The three disappeared instantly. A gust of wind blew over Mount Dibing. Snowflakes fluttered, and the air was bone-chilling. The white mist was mighty, covering the surface of Beihai from the stage of formidable person instantly. Dongqing heard the sound of waves. The sound of water went away, getting farther and farther. Her feet stepped on the ground, and she looked at the picture in front of her. Where is this? Liaodong Provincial Government. Li Dongqing said. The figure hidden in the white mist directly walked in, and the next second, he had already appeared in the speaker's office. He reached out his hand. Before he knocked on the door was opened. The speaker, who was in a hurry to go out, walked out of the office. The moment he saw Li Dongqing, he blinked, and his face suddenly changed. Then he showed a humble smile. Your Majesty, you. Li Dongqing's heart suddenly sank. You know me? He took a deep breath and said slowly. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he had directly turned around. The white mist was faintly discernible. Azura and Dongqing were wrapped in the white mist without any power to resist, and they crazily moved forward. Vaguely, Dongqing saw the snow mountain. The snow-white scene flashed away. The sea was already under their feet, and the waves were instantly far away. The road was crazily retreating, and the night view of the city and the desolation of the parish were constantly flashing. Dongqing didn't know how long it had been. The night seemed to be still, but it also seemed to be late at night. Li Dongqing stopped. A somewhat dilapidated ancestral hall appeared in front of the two. Dongqing didn't ask where it was. She knew very well where it was. Luojingzheng Yuan, the ancestral hall of the Dongqing clan. Li Dongqing's eyes became more and more indifferent. He was so familiar with all of this. But this was not what he wanted to see. The ancestral hall was instantly left behind. The highway, the mountain, and the lake all retreated. Dongqing grabbed Li Dongqing's sleeve in a daze. The wind blew through the white mist. In front of them was already a desert. The prison was lit. Li Dongqing walked out of the white weapon. The harsh alarm sounded in an instant. Dongqing didn't react at all. The sky full of lasers and artillery fire had directly covered every corner of the surrounding dozens of kilometers. Azura's expression changed dramatically. Such violent artillery fire, even if he was a supermaster who was about to break through the peak of the invincible realm, he couldn't bear it. Get out of here. Li Dongqing took a step forward, and in an instant, a vast sword aura suddenly burst out like an ocean. The surging sword light almost lifted the entire desert, and the powerful sword will tore the surface of the earth, penetrating deep into the ground. In the violent explosion, the two military bases located underground in the desert prison suddenly exploded, and the entire desert was shaking. The violent sound had already alerted the warden of the desert prison. Countless guards and wardens rushed out. The moment they saw Li Dongqing, their faces changed dramatically and they knelt down directly. Li Dongqing's expression was expressionless. He looked at the crowd kneeling in front of him and asked, "Do you know me too?" "Your Majesty, this I don't know." The warden was trembling all over and was already incoherent. "Why do you want to know me? Why do you know me?" Li Dongqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. The sword qi, which was as powerful as a mountain and as mighty as a tsunami, suddenly rushed out in his extreme rage. The warden, the guards, and the entire prison directly turned into pieces the moment they came into contact with the sword energy. The prison that held countless prisoners turned into ruins, and everything around it became a dead zone. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes, and his aura became more and more crazy. "Dongqing, what's wrong?" Dongqing's face was pale. She rarely saw Li Dongqing in this state, or even never saw him like this. Li Dongqing was silent for a long time. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from his teeth. "We are back." It was like he didn't know why he went back. He didn't know why they came back. But he still had too many people he hadn't seen. Too many people he wanted to kill were not killed. Li Dongqing closed his eyes and whispered, "I want to see them, even if it's just a glance." Chapter 747. The dark world was incomparably empty. The mottled light seemed to be swallowed up little by little. The sound was disappearing. Everything in his sight became hazy. The extreme darkness covered all senses. He stood in the darkness, not knowing how long he had been standing there. Like a dream, like an illusion. It was the same as when he had entered the narrow passageway in the prison a few years ago. Dead silence. Darkness. But the surroundings were no longer dull. He walked quietly in the boundless darkness. His consciousness seemed to be awake, but he was in a trance. He couldn't judge his state, and he didn't even know where he was. In the absolute silence, there was no sound, no enemy, no sword. In the desolate environment, only he walked silently. There was darkness in front of him, and the road was so long that it seemed to have no end. Countless times of madness and despair had given him the strongest will. His mind was as calm as a rock. He just walked forward step by step, toward the unknown that he could not see. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. His consciousness between sobriety and trance was so calm that he almost had no desire. He still remembered who he was, but he didn't know where he was going. There was wind in the boundless silence. He kept walking in the direction of the wind, neither fast nor slow, neither arrogant nor impatient. The darkness was still there. He didn't know how long he had walked. It seemed like an hour or a year. Finally, he heard a voice in his ears. The voice was thin and anxious, and kept ringing in his ears. He seemed to hear it clearly, but he couldn't understand the meaning of those voices. It was just like in a dream. Everything that was reasonable and illogical appeared in the dream, as if it was a matter of course. He kept moving forward. His palm seemed to touch a door in the darkness. In the darkness, he frowned and pushed the door open. There was a cry of surprise behind him. There was a voice in front of him, and it seemed to be calling his name. Tianlan. Your Highness? What do you think? The voice was close and far, as if echoing in the whole dark world. He frowned and kept moving forward in the direction of the voice. The smooth road seemed to disappear. The ground beneath his feet became soft, as if he was stepping on thick yellow sand. Those voices also disappeared. But for the first time, there was a glimmer of light in the boundless darkness. A faint light with a hint of white appeared in the distant darkness. It was extremely eye-catching. He quickened his pace and walked towards the pale white dot. The white fluttered in front of him, getting closer and closer to him. Rich life force gathered in the white light. More and more white, ethereal and illusory, like the morning fog in winter, hazy and cold. He walked into the white mist. All the mist kept rushing into his body. Tiny sounds rang out incessantly, densely packed together. Like the wind blowing through the yellow sand. Like the blooming and withering of flowers. The boundless mist kept surging towards his body. The whiteness increased, and it became brighter and brighter. For the first time, the distant sky lit up with true light. It was like the first ray of light in a world of darkness. Rays of light shone high in the sky, like bright stars tearing through the night sky. The light was moving. The stars continued to advance. Regardless of everything. The light that illuminated the boundless darkness eventually turned into a sword light. Cold, fierce, crazy, and decisive. The sword light illuminated the darkness and instantly became the only source of light in the darkness. Li Tianlan looked at the sword light quietly. He finally remembered when he had seen this scene. It was a video he had seen countless times. This was the eternal sword that crossed the sky above Mormons in the chaos of Eastern Europe. This was the most profound picture he had imprinted in his mind. But at this moment, this sword was no longer mighty, only the incomparably clear artistic conception was constantly moving forward. This was indeed a sword light. But there was only sword intent, without the slightest sword energy. Li Tianlan stood quietly and raised his head. His sword intent was getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer. With the white mist all over the sky, the bright sword light approached his body almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! The frenzied sword intent completely enveloped him. Countless white mists disappeared. Li Tianlan's body suddenly shook violently, and his face turned pale. The sword intent that completely crashed into his arms instantly set off a chaotic storm in his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there were a large number of dense scars inside his body. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to feel a weak and almost completely disappeared heartbeat beating with his heart. The feeling was indescribable, as if it was extremely warm. A large expanse of mist appeared around him, constantly healing the injuries in his body. The frenzied sword intent kept whistling in his body. The vitality contained in the dragon vein surged wildly in his body. For the first time, Li Tianlan felt the existence of the dragon vein. The majestic vitality was like an ocean, vast and endless, constantly turbulent. The sharp pain spread in Li Tianlan's body. The sword light that rushed into his body from nothingness became more and more unbridled, crazily destroying his body. The ocean-like dragon vein was completely rioting. A large amount of vitality nourished every muscle and blood vessel in his body. The aggravated injuries were repaired, then aggravated again, and then repaired again. Li Tianlan's consciousness became clearer and clearer. He could feel the massive vitality surging in his body, violent like fire. He could also feel the sword light that came out of nowhere tearing all the organs in his body. It was as cold as ice. His body was hot and cold at the same time. The injuries caused by the sword energy in his body continued to be healed, and the dragon vein's repair work continued. The extremely weak heartbeat that seemed like it would stop beating at any time was gradually stabilizing. For some reason, Li Tianlan suddenly felt a little happy in his heart, even though the sword light had been wreaking havoc in his body. But the dragon vein in his body became more vivid sooner or later. Or rather, it was complete. The vitality that he carried seemed to suddenly become complete, and a part of his body. He could even completely use this unimaginably vast vitality. That faint, illusory heartbeat was still beating in sync with his heart. The dragon vein that suddenly became complete was like a vast ocean, becoming more and more vivid. And the sword light that illuminated the darkness was like a bridge. The bridge was connected to the dragon vein. A part of the vitality of the dragon vein was continuously transmitted from Li Tianlan along the bridge. Li Tianlan could even feel the other party's heartbeat. As the carrier of the dragon vein, he also bore part of the other party's injuries. The other party seemed to be seriously injured. The dense internal injuries were transmitted along the bridge like sword light. A large amount of vitality was transmitted along the bridge, forming a new balance. The dragon vein was sharing, and the injuries were being transferred. Li Tianlan felt that he should be a little annoyed, but when he felt the weak heartbeat, his emotions were only joy and peace. This feeling reminded him of the Sky Academy a few years ago. The early spring sun shone in through the window. For the first time, he stood in the dormitory of the Sky Academy. Behind him was the sea bathed in sunlight. Qin Weibai, with a delicate fragrance, snuggled up to him and took the first photo of the two of them. Li Tianlan closed his eyes and laughed. The heartbeat continued to beat and gradually stabilized. It seemed that there was really someone sharing the dragon vein with him. There was only one person. The ocean-like vitality in his body was constantly surging, far more intense than before. The endless vitality suppressed the injuries, and his body gradually calmed down. Li Tianlan closed his eyes. A pale white light grew brighter and brighter, gradually turning into a pale gold. He opened his eyes. The whole world was already golden. The rising sun emitted a clear and cold light, shining on the thousands of miles of yellow sand beneath his feet. The refracted light shone with a myriad of colors. He stood in the desert, motionless, like an eternal silhouette. The last bit of white fog was absorbed by his body. The ocean-like vitality in his body clearly existed, and it was completely complete. Traces of injuries spread in his body, and were repaired by the dragon vein. A new balance was formed between destruction and repair. Li Tianlan raised his palm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lost in thought. The faint heartbeat was still resonating with his. He could feel the other party's emotions just like him now, calm and happy. He suddenly missed Qin Weibai. He also wanted to know who was sharing the dragon vein with him. Li Tianlan slowly turned around. In his sight, Bai Qingqian was standing not far behind him and looking at him. Seeing him turn around, Bai Qingqian subconsciously took a step forward, her eyes a little uneasy. Behind Bai Qingqian was Xiao Mahai. Under the yellow sand, there were only two people here. Bai, Li Tianlan opened his mouth. The roaring dragon vein in his body seemed to be completely complete, and his emotions and feelings seemed to have become more sensitive than before. Feeling Bai Qingqian's gaze, his heart suddenly beat a few times. His heart skipped a beat. He wanted to call Secretary Bai, but when the words came to his mouth, he called her auntie instead. Ah. Bai Qingqian nodded, trotted over and whispered, "Tianlan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan shook his head and looked around. There was only yellow sand around. The outline of the desert prison could be faintly seen in the distance. He frowned and whispered, "Why am I here?" Bai Qingqian hesitated and glanced at Xiao Mahai. Xiao Mahai shook his head with a wry smile. Your Highness, you suddenly fell into a coma the day before yesterday. The minister and secretary brought a medical team, but they couldn't find out why you fell into a coma. Yesterday evening, you suddenly woke up, but it seemed that you didn't know anyone, and it seemed that you didn't wake up. Then you walked out of the prison by yourself, came here, and stood here all night. He hesitated, glanced at Li Tianlan and whispered, I asked the doctor. The doctor said that you have been under too much pressure recently, so you have sleepwalking symptoms. This may also have something to do with your coma. The doctor said that you are very healthy, but he suggested that you rest more at ordinary times and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Too much pressure? Sleepwalking? Rest more? Li Tianlan blinked blankly. He didn't know what Xiao Mahai was talking about. He didn't think he was sleepwalking. The faint heartbeat was still resonating with his. He shook his head hard, looked at Bai Qingqian and whispered, Auntie, where is the minister? Bai Qingqian's expression changed slightly, and she seemed to remember something. He went back overnight for an urgent matter. He should have a meeting in Yuzhou. Li Tianlan was a little curious. What happened? What could make Dongqing Wudi rush back to Yuzhou from the desert overnight? What could happen in Zhongzhou state now? It's about Beihai, Bai Qingqian whispered. It is said that Beihai was attacked by a mysterious expert yesterday. Summer Solstice was seriously injured, and Mount Dibbing suffered heavy losses. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed. Mysterious expert? Although Mount Dibbing now lacked high-end combat power, it was not easy to break through. He did go up Mount Dibbing, but that was when Dongqing Wudi took away the internal security forces and Heaven Punishment Troop. Mount Dibbing lacked manpower and a large number of weapons were unmanned, so it seemed easy. In fact, if the internal security forces and Heaven Punishment Troop were both there, even if he had Xianyuan's sword in his hand, it was destined to be a hard fight to go up the mountain. The internal security forces might not be scary, but the elite level of Heaven Punishment Troop and the countless weapons on Mount Dibbing were not to be trifled with. And Summer Solstice was seriously injured? Given her physical condition, how could she be seriously injured? Is there a video? He asked suddenly. I'll inform Wudi to send a copy. Bai Qingqian took out her mobile phone. Li Tianlan nodded, glanced at Xiao Mahai and said, Computer. I'll arrange a car to take your highness back right away. Li Tianlan looked at the blurred desert prison in the distance and suddenly thought of something. No need. He thought of something and took a step forward. The hazy fog spread out, and the three of them disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already 100 meters away. Wisps of mist permeated the corridor of the desert prison. Li Tianlan slowly walked out of the fog. Xiao Mahai, who had been in a state of sluggishness, suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the familiar dormitory door, he shook his head in confusion and finally raised his hand to look at his watch. It was at least 50 kilometers away. Nearly half an hour. With two people. Xiao Mahai's head shook. He didn't know how Li Tianlan did it, and what the hell was that fog? Li Tianlan pushed the door open and entered Xiao Mahai's dormitory. The computer in the dormitory was on. A video waiting to be received had been sent over. Li Tianlan walked to the computer and clicked accept. The speed of file transmission was extremely fast. In the desert prison where there were no additional entertainment facilities, the internet became the most important entertainment facility in Xiao Mahai's daily life. Therefore, in the dormitory, he completely used the military network, and the computer was also the best configuration. When he moved into the dormitory for the first time, he scanned through Lieutenant General Xiao Mahai's computer nearly 800 adult movies, more than 40 online games, and nearly a terabyte of undownloaded torrents. It could be seen how serious the degradation of soldiers was in such a remote place. The file transmission was extremely fast. Li Tianlan sat in front of the computer, and Xiao Mahai had taken the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Li Tianlan. The extremely beautiful greenery near Mount Dibbing in Beihai appeared in the video. Li Tianlan silently clicked on the full-screen mode, thinking about how strong the so-called mysterious expert who attacked Beihai was. It is said that there are 3 attackers, 2 men and 1 woman. This video has been included in the confidential document, and will be automatically destroyed after watching it, Bai Qingqian said softly. Bai Qingqian said softly. As the speaker of Liaodong, she was very likely to enter the parliament of Zhongzhou state. Last night, she had received the notice that the whole Zhongzhou state seemed to be facing a formidable enemy because of the attacker. Bai Qingqian was very curious about what kind of attacker could make Zhongzhou state so nervous. Li Tianlan nodded and stared at the screen without speaking. There were tens of thousands of monitors on Mount Dibing, which was enough to monitor every corner of Mount Dibing at any time and anywhere. The automatic weapon system also had the function of search and identification. Even if Mount Dibing was attacked, how heavy the loss would be. The angle of the video surveillance was facing the mountain road. A pure black Rolls-Royce appeared on the screen. Li Tianlan slightly raised his eyebrows. The Rolls-Royce in the video had a foreign license plate. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the mountain road. A young man with almost perfect appearance and figure got out of the car and looked at Mount Dibing. The mixed-race bodyguard and the woman with extremely cold temperament followed him and seemed to be talking about something. Li Tianlan frowned and looked at the screen seriously. He had never seen the mixed-race bodyguard in the video, but he always felt that the leading young man was inexplicably familiar. Even the woman standing next to him felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. The video was silent. He seemed to see the young man sneer and say something to the whole Mount Dibing. Countless guards in the whole Mount Dibing moved. The young man, who didn't want to wait at all, took a step forward and raised his palm. The whole video suddenly shook completely, as if the whole Mount Dibing was shaking. Countless fallen leaves flew wildly among the mountains. Some blurred sword light covered every corner of Mount Dibing in the blink of an eye. The picture in the video went out for a moment and lit up again. It seemed that the camera was directly destroyed. Next was the picture taken by the next camera. The picture on the screen kept flickering, went out and lit up again. One by one, the cameras were completely destroyed. The falling leaves flying all over the sky almost filled the whole screen. Li Tianlan couldn't see anything except the falling leaves. The earth kept shaking in the silent video. The weapon system on Mount Dibing seemed to be firing, but all the light was blocked by the falling leaves. The firepower was directly suppressed by the most powerful posture in an instant. Blood occasionally flowed on the screen that went out and lit up again. It seemed that the guards near the camera had died in the falling leaves. The whole Mount Dibing kept shaking, and all the weapons seemed to be completely shattered. The falling leaves that filled the whole screen rushed all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Mount Dibing, with flowers and forests, instantly turned into a white land in the falling leaves. The blurred sword light flew horizontally and vertically and rushed to the top of the mountain. The whole Mount Dibing was like a huge piece of tofu that was split open by a sword. The laboratories hidden in the belly of the mountain exploded one after another. The pavilions that had been rebuilt on the top of the mountain were completely shattered. The falling leaves kept flying, but the picture was completely dark. The last camera was destroyed. Vaguely, the falling leaf seemed to rush in the direction of the stage of formidable person. Li Tianlan squinted and thought. From the video he couldn't see much about this sword. He could only see that this sword was very strong, but he couldn't tell how strong it was. The progress bar was pulled to the end. A picture appeared on the screen. Two bare peaks appeared on the screen. The distance between the peaks was very close, but there was a cliff dozens of meters wide and more than a kilometer deep in the middle. Where is this? Li Tianlan asked inexplicably. This is... Bai Qingqian hesitated. This is Mount Dibing. Li Tianlan's pupils suddenly contracted for a moment. He turned his head and stared at the picture on the screen. How did Mount Dibing become like this? The two bare peaks stood quietly. Li Tianlan looked at the cliff. The cliff, which was thousands of meters deep, was extremely smooth. The whole process was completed in one go without any hindrance. He thought about the scale of Mount Dibing seriously. It was the largest and highest peak of the Wang family of Beihai. It was 2,000 meters above sea level and covered an area of nearly 100,000 square meters. From the foot of the mountain to the top, Li Tianlan suddenly fell silent. At this moment, his heart suddenly became extremely cold. At this moment, he vaguely realized what kind of sword move it was. Someone stood at the foot of Mount Dibbing and made a sword move at a distance of tens of thousands of meters. The sword light swept across heaven and earth, swept everything within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and destroyed all the weapon systems on Mount Dibbing. The mighty sword light instantly tore apart the 2,000-meter-high peak. It directly hurt summer solstice at the other end of tens of thousands of meters away. Ridiculous? Li Tianlan thought it was really ridiculous. But everything in the video had already proven this point. This sword move, Li Tianlan's face was cloudy. Is this really a sword move? Xiao Mahai's voice trembled a little, and his face was pale. As an expert of the thunder-shocking realm, he almost didn't dare to think about what this sword move represented. This sword move is very powerful, Bai Qingqian said. It's more than powerful. Li Tianlan smiled bitterly. If I'm right, no one in the dark world can do this. What about Wang Tianzong? Bai Qingqian asked. The whole world knew that Wang Tianzong had completely broken through the invincible realm in Eastern Europe and entered a new level. That realm represented the ruling power of the Chosen One in this era. Li Tianlan was silent for a while. His sword intent had long been flawless. Therefore he could clearly see the end of martial arts. Because of this, no one in the world knew better than him what this sword move meant. He should be able to do it, but he won't be as skillful as the man in the video. He just raised his hand, Li Tianlan said slowly. At least he couldn't have done it so easily at that time. If he hadn't been injured in Eastern Europe, and given a few years to let him reach the real peak, Wang Tianzong should have been able to do it. The Chosen One? Xiao Mahai's voice trembled a little. Li Tianlan twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly, more than that. This is the Chosen One in the peak state, the one who has really reached the end of martial arts. That state, for most of the current martial artists, even for the experts of the invincible realm, is equivalent to God. He is invincible and irresistible. Who is he? Bai Qingqian suddenly asked. Li Tianlan smiled bitterly. How could he know? It was impossible for such a person to exist in the current dark world. Or in other words, the situation of his existence was not right. Based on the strength of the sword move shown by the other party in the video, not to mention the current dark world, even the invincible realm experts of the divine and holy lists could not do anything to him. Standing at that level, the invincible realm was also a nonentity. That was the Real Supreme. In Li Tianlan's view, the only thing that could threaten such a person's life and death was the eternal sword in Eastern Europe, or Wang Tianzong, who had completely stabilized his realm after recovering from his injury. If there was such a person, how could the current dark world be in chaos? All the superpowers could only crawl in front of him. When individual strength reached that level, he didn't even need any forces. He alone was enough to sweep and even completely rule the entire dark world. Such a person should not exist. But he did exist. He was in the video. And he went to Beihai yesterday and directly destroyed Mount Dibbing with one sword move. That was what puzzled Li Tianlan. If the other party really had a grudge against the Wang family of Beihai, how could Summer Solstice just be seriously injured? And if there was really such a person who had a grudge against the Wang family of Beihai, how could the Wang family of Beihai exist until now? Li Tianlan pulled back the progress bar of the video. The Rolls-Royce appeared in the video, and he couldn't tell which country's license plate it was. Then the young man got out of the car. Li Tianlan pressed the pause button. Bai Qingqian suddenly let out a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Li Tianlan's heart moved. I don't know. Bai Qingqian shook her head and frowned slightly. She whispered, I just feel that this person is a little familiar. And this girl is also very familiar. Li Tianlan's heart shook. He looked at the young man's face carefully. That kind of eyebrows, that kind of perfection, that kind of temperament. Ethereal and dreamy. He seemed to see the shadow of Qin Weibai in the young man, but not completely. There was also a strange sense of familiarity. He couldn't think of it for a while. His hand inadvertently pressed the play button. The overwhelming sword swept through the entire Mount Dibbing in a neat and tidy manner. One sword covered the sky. Li Tianlan played the video 4 or 5 times in a row. The familiar feeling in his heart became clearer, but he still had no clue. A communication window suddenly popped up on the computer. Xiao Mahai, who had been watching the video and suppressed his inner fear, even regarded the video as a special effects movie, was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to stand up and salute, but as soon as he stood up, he suddenly sat back down and said awkwardly, "Your Highness, this is the communication system of the army headquarters." Li Tianlan frowned and pressed the answer button. Dongqing Wudi's extremely solemn expression appeared on the screen. Seeing Li Tianlan, his face seemed to ease and he whispered, "Tianlan, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan didn't seem to expect that Dongqing Wudi's first question was about his body. He shook his head in surprise and took the initiative to say, "I'm watching the video of Mount Dibbing." "How do you feel?" Dongqing Wudi's expression suddenly became solemn. "Tell me your opinion. If there is really an invincible realm, it is probably at this level." Li Tianlan said calmly. The sword in Mount Dibbing kept replaying in his mind. That kind of strength and that level was what he had been pursuing all along. One person defeated the whole world. Compared with Wang Tianzong in Eastern Europe? Dongqing Wudi asked. If Wang Tianzong was not injured in Eastern Europe, he should be the only one who can fight with him now, but he should be a little worse. Unless Wang Tianzong stabilizes his current realm, he can be on par with him. Li Tianlan said slowly. Dongqing Wudi frowned tightly, and was silent for a long time. How could there be such a person? After a long time, he finally opened his mouth and muttered to himself. The question is why there has been no news about such a person before. Li Tianlan suddenly said, "What's the attitude of the parliament? We just had a meeting to discuss it. At present, Kunlun City is already investigating this matter. It happened too recently, and there are not too many clues for the time being." Dongqing Wudi shook his head and sighed softly. The sword in Mount Dibbing could be said to be really destructive. Moreover, the sword started at the foot of the mountain. Not only did it seriously injure Summer Solstice, but it also destroyed a small warship on Beihai. This sword brought an unprecedented impact to the parliament of Zhongzhou State. If a person could be so powerful, it completely meant that he could directly fight against all regimes alone. Now the video has spread all over the dark world. All the major countries have received the news, and are also secretly investigating. If such a person exists, it will be a huge threat to any country. However, there is still too little information available at the moment. That car. Li Tianlan reminded. The license plate number in the video was obvious, which was undoubtedly a clue. The car was left at the foot of Mount Dibbing. The license plate is a Swiss license plate. But after we communicated with the Swiss side said that they had not issued this license plate at all. After that, we contacted the Rolls-Royce headquarters, and they also said that they had not made this car at all, but this car did use Rolls-Royce's technology. What else? Li Tianlan asked. There is also an Airbus private plane. Dongqing Wudi said. That plane is parked at the airport, but all the stewardesses and captains have disappeared. We contacted Airbus. He suddenly hesitated, and his eyes drifted. The other party said that they had not made this plane? Li Tianlan asked. No, the other party said that this plane is very similar to the next generation of Airbus private planes they plan to develop. But at present, they only put forward the plan, and have just invested in the research and development. Now what they see can be said to be the finished product. What's going on? Airbus is also asking us. They even suspect that Zhongzhou State has stolen their technology. Damn it. Li Tianlan was speechless for a moment and asked, that is to say, this plane should not exist at all. It should not exist now. Airbus hasn't developed it yet. God knows how this plane came to be. Dongqing Wudi shook his head. The parliament has not come to a clear conclusion, but we all agree that it is impossible for such a person to exist without any clues, and it is impossible that no one has heard of it. Some of us are analyzing their lip language, and since they exist, I think they will appear again in the future. Not even the slightest clue. Li Tianlan's heart slightly moved, and he suddenly said, I have heard of a similar person who is also invincible in the world. But at present, there seems to be no trace of his existence in the whole dark world. Who? Dongcheng Wudi asked. Dongcheng Huangtu. Li Tianlan looked at Dongcheng Wudi deeply. Who is he? Bai Qingqian's palm trembled slightly, and she almost knocked over the teacup. She looked at Li Tianlan with a strange look in her eyes. Dongcheng Huangtu. Invincible in the world. Chapter 748. Italy, Seven Hill City. The dim sky obscured the setting sun, and the bustling city gradually lit up. Under the shining lights, the 6th Street of Seven Hill City became more and more deserted, and the wide road seemed extremely empty. Although the 6th Street belonged to Seven Hill City, it had a special name for Dallows. Welcome Avenue. This was the country of Italy. However, the 6th Street was not the Welcome Avenue of Seven Hill City, but the Welcome Avenue of the Sacred City. In the past many years, when politicians, leaders of wealthy families, and other important missions visited the Sacred City, they all entered the Sacred City directly from the 6th Street, and then left from the 6th Street. Therefore, in the eyes of many believers of the Vatican, the 6th Street of Seven Hill City was also known as the Road of Holy Light, a place paved with the glory of the Lord. His Majesty, dressed in black, had been standing on the street of the 6th Street for a long time. He stood there quietly and looked up at the sky seriously. The sun rose and the moon set, and night fell again. His figure looked like a statue in the lights at night. Mellad quietly followed him. His Majesty didn't move, and he didn't move either. On weekdays, the people who came and went in the 6th Street were basically believers of the Vatican, and their status was not low. At least, they would not be so low that even Mellad, the deputy commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps, did not know them. Seeing Mellad standing here with a man in black, everyone took a detour. As time went by, the 6th Street had been secretly blocked, and no one disturbed His Majesty's meditation. Mellad looked up at the sky. The lights shrouded the city. The sky of Seven Hill City looked extremely high, and the stars were sparse. He couldn't see anything. He didn't know what His Majesty was looking at, until he had been standing here with His Majesty for a day and a night. The two stood silently and did not speak. Standing on the street, motionless, they were like fools. His Majesty was still calm and collected. Mellad opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he swallowed the words he was about to say and did not disturb His Majesty's train of thought. If he had a train of thought, Mellad was not sure about this. He could clearly feel that His Majesty was thinking about something, but the kind of contemplation he showed was more like being at a loss. Mellad shook his head. Just as he was about to go find some food nearby, His Majesty, who had been standing here for a day and a night, suddenly turned his head and said calmly, "Return to the Holy City." Mellad's spirit was shocked. He nodded subconsciously and followed His Majesty's footsteps back. His Majesty's footsteps were a little hurried, and he looked restless. "Your Majesty, what did you see?" Mellad asked cautiously. His Majesty paused, turned to look at him, and slowly said, "I didn't see anything." Mellad let out an ah. His Majesty had already turned around and continued, "But this is the worst. I have a very bad feeling. It seems that something is going to happen." Intuition? Mellad was a little disapproving. "Don't look down on my intuition. My intuition has always been very accurate. I've had this feeling once, and I don't want to experience it again," His Majesty said lightly. "But nothing has happened yet. Our prospects are very good." Mellad was a little helpless. "Now it seems that the situation is very favorable to us." His Majesty turned around and stretched out a hand to Mellad. Mellad was stunned and watched His Majesty roll up his cuffs. Under the cuffs was a very smooth and white arm that could even make women jealous. His Majesty curled his fingers on his wrist and suddenly pulled it a little. The smooth skin was instantly opened, but there was no blood. His Majesty casually threw the skin on his arm to the ground and slowly said, "This layer of skin is fake. Do you see it, Mellad?" Mellad lowered his head. In his sight, scars appeared one after another on His Majesty's real arm. For a moment, Mellad couldn't describe this arm at all. There were too many dense scars, almost covering every inch of flesh on His Majesty's arm. This seemed to be a new wound, and the large scars looked like they had just scabbed. This is. Mellad was a little confused. It's an injury from many years ago. His Majesty rolled up his cuffs again and said blandly, "Back then, I wanted to kill a woman who was completely crazy. She cut me with a sword before she died. Such scars are everywhere on my body. The skin I just tore off is fake, but it's also a very rare medicine that can slowly repair my body. Do you see these scars? The injury from many years ago was barely healed not long ago. At that time, I didn't expect it to be like this. The feeling at that time is the same as now." His Majesty's voice was low. "I feel like I'm going to die." Mellad took a deep breath and smiled a little reluctantly. He recalled the scars on His Majesty's arm. Those dense sword wounds. How sharp was the sword energy needed to make those wounds heal after so many years? His voice was a little dry. "Your Majesty, I don't think anyone can kill you now." "Don't talk nonsense." His Majesty sped up. "Let's go see the Pope." The two of them returned to the Holy City as fast as they could. They passed by the Holy Church. With Mellad leading the way, they directly entered the Holy Palace. In the Palace of the Holy Palace, the Pope, who was dressed in a white robe, was admiring a collection of medieval poems under the soft light. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he slowly raised his head and narrowed his eyes. His Majesty looked at him quietly and did not speak. "My friend, your spirit doesn't look very good." The Pope took the initiative to break the silence and smiled gently. "What are you confused about?" "It's not important," His Majesty said blandly. "I need you to help me once." "Oh." The Pope nodded, reached out to pour a cup of black tea, and said slowly, "Tell me about it." "I need you to crown me," His Majesty said in a deep voice. Mellad, who was behind His Majesty, opened his mouth wide and looked at His Majesty with a strange look in his eyes. His Majesty's movements were slightly sluggish. He raised his head and said calmly, "Are you kidding?" "What do you think?" His Majesty asked. The Pope put down the teacup and said slowly, "I can't do it, my friend. Your spirit is very strong. In terms of willpower, you can be said to be one of the most strong-willed people I have ever seen. The coronation comes from the power of the spiritual level. To put it simply, once the coronation is successful, your will be completely concentrated and enter a state similar to hypnosis, which will make your combat effectiveness in all aspects rise to a higher level. But although I am in the transcendent realm, my spirit can't affect you at all. My coronation has no effect on you." "This is not what I want to hear," His Majesty said slowly. "You can't hypnotize me, but you still have a way to make my will more concentrated. Your Majesty the Pope, don't deny it. You can't deceive me in this regard. You don't want to do it because you're not willing to pay the price. Is that right?" The Pope narrowed his eyes. He did not admit it, but he did not deny it either. "What do you want?" His Majesty took the initiative to ask. "What can you give me?" The Pope asked with a smile. This time, His Majesty was silent for a long time. He suddenly waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Mellad, go out and guard." Mellad was stunned. Without any hesitation, he turned around and went out. Seeing this scene, the Pope narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on His Majesty again. His Majesty took 2 steps forward and sat in front of the Pope. The light in the Pope's eyes flickered constantly, and he looked a little playful. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the mysterious His Majesty's spirit was relaxing. It was constantly relaxing and becoming extremely peaceful. The Pope poured him a cup of tea. "Thank you." His Majesty nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and took off the human skin on his face. A mask. His eyes were clear and calm. He looked at the Pope's obviously surprised face and laughed. "I can tell you a story." He sat down. In front of the Pope, he closed his eyes and said, "See for yourself." Bang! A small explosion suddenly exploded on the test bench. Flames and frost flashed at the same time. The thick alloy steel plate was almost instantly coated with a thick layer of frost. The moment the frost formed, the raging flames flickered for a moment. The dull burning sound lasted for a second, and the thick alloy immediately turned into a pile of black ashes. But the black ashes were not the remains of the burning. The black dust fluttered and fell to the ground, shining with a layer of extremely strange black-blue light. Obviously, this was a kind of extremely destructive poison. Her pure white palm trembled. Her expression slowly returned to calmness. She took a deep breath and accepted another failure. She walked to another test bench, picked up the communicator, and said calmly, "Soma." "Hello, Dr. Murphy." A soft female voice sounded from the communicator. "Inform the biochemistry department that the 6th experiment has failed. Ask them to come and extract the failed samples for analysis. The data they gave is not accurate. I need to figure out the specific composition of this damn thing. I need the most detailed data." The woman suppressed the anxiety in her heart, but the anger in her tone was still rising subconsciously. "Okay." On the other end of the communicator, Soma's voice was still soft and elegant. The communication was hung up. Dr. Murphy's slender body softly slumped into the chair, lost in thought. From the perspective of Westerners' aesthetics, Dr. Murphy was a standard beauty. Although she was already in her 30s, she did not look as old as Westerners of the same age. Her tall figure was still hot. She was curvy, her skin was white and tender, her facial features were well defined, and she did not even have crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. In this mysterious laboratory, the graceful Dr. Murphy could be said to be an extremely eye-catching scenery. The laboratory was silent. After the experiment failed, the pile of black ashes shone with a strange luster, as if it was flickering. Murphy took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. There was a touch of helpless pain in her trembling eyes. It had been 7 months since she came here. She could clearly feel that she was haggard. Although she was still doing the work she liked, the seemingly endless darkness in front of her made her extremely desperate. Dr. Murphy Staney Wilson. Internationally, this was not a very prominent name, and very few people had even heard of this name. But in Star State, this was a very important figure. 7 months ago, she was an ordinary researcher in the Star State Biological Laboratory. But the allowance she received was twice that of the chief person in charge of the Star State Biological Laboratory. To some extent, she could be said to be the most core figure in the Star State Biological Laboratory, but she had been secretly protected by the Star State, reducing all exposure. Dr. Murphy was very satisfied with such a life. The allowance given to her by the Star State could ensure that her life was very prosperous. She had a very happy family, a husband who loved her very much, and a lovely daughter. Her life could be said to be truly carefree. But all the good things were completely torn apart that night 7 months ago. A group of mysterious people rushed directly into her home. While she was watching TV with her lover, the mysterious people directly captured her family of 3. The family of 3 was completely knocked out, and when they woke up, they were already here. 7 months. Until now, they did not even know who the enemy was, let alone have access to the slightest news from the outside world. This was a biological laboratory that was not considered advanced in Murphy's opinion. Most of the equipment in it was not comparable to North Sea, which had the most advanced technology in this regard. It was even inferior to the laboratories in Star State. But this laboratory was very functional, and there were good talents in each department. Murphy had come into contact with them through work, and was shocked to find that all of them seemed to be researchers who had been kidnapped. Among them, a doctor of chemistry who used to work as a researcher in the German Institute, had even stayed here for nearly 6 years. There were different departments in the laboratory, and each department was subdivided into different groups. The people in the groups were responsible for one project after another. Murphy's position was relatively aloof. She was not a member of any group, but she was equipped with 3 assistants. Her task was to study the antidote for a poison, and as a reward, she would have about an hour every 2 months to see her daughter and husband. Life seemed to have completely lost its future and hope. Murphy's only motivation now was for the most precious hour in 2 months. She sat on the chair in a daze, took a deep breath, and held back the tears that seemed to flow at any time. She was extremely disappointed. "It seems that I should consider giving you some more work, dear Dr. Murphy. I don't need useless people here, nor do I need you to be lazy." A flat voice suddenly sounded. The other party's English was standard and fluent, but in Murphy's ears, It was like the whisper of a demon, extremely cold. Murphy's plump body suddenly became alert. She jumped up and stammered, "No, the experiment just failed. I've already informed." "That's not a reason. The experiment failed. You should make a record and try to find a new way. Look, what I brought to encourage you." The voice thought unhurriedly. The door of the laboratory was opened. A figure shrouded in black appeared in Murphy's sight. There was a little girl who looked a little silly standing beside him. "Jessie." Murphy rushed over excitedly and hugged her daughter. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. The little girl was no more than 6 or 7 years old. Looking at the excited Murphy, she subconsciously took a step back. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Mom." Her voice was dull and a little dull. Murphy hugged her daughter, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't like this. It wasn't like this before. Her family used to be very happy. Her daughter was also very lively and smart. But in just a few months, she wasn't by her daughter's side. God knew what she had experienced to scare her like this. "Okay, I've seen your daughter then," the voice of the man in black rang out. "No." Murphy suddenly screamed, rushed over to hold the man's leg, and begged, "Your Majesty, please, let me stay with my daughter a little longer. 5 minutes, no 10 minutes, no 7 minutes is enough, please." She looked up at the man in black. The man in black was also looking down at her. There was no emotion in his dark eyes. Murphy's eyes were extremely weak. She didn't know who the person who ordered to kidnap her here was. He had no name, and everyone called him Your Majesty. He rarely came to the lab, but every time he came, everyone's pressure would increase. The two looked at each other silently for a while. A gleam of light flashed across the man's dark pupils. He nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty." Murphy said in surprise, turned around, and hugged her daughter tightly. She kept taking deep breaths. "Your experiment failed again?" His Majesty asked slowly. He rubbed his eyebrows and said slowly, "I just told a story to someone. I'm very tired and in a very bad mood." "Then, dear Murphy, tell me some good news to cheer me up. I'm free." Murphy's face was pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Do you have any ideas?" His Majesty asked slowly. "Not yet. This kind of poison contradicts each other, and is extremely toxic. I still need a little more time." Following His Majesty, Murphy's body was a little weak, and her heart was full of fear. The two came to the central test bench one after the other. There was a tiny bottle on the test bench. The bottle was completely transparent, shining with the light of flames and ice under the bright light. "Of course I know that his poison is very toxic," His Majesty said blandly. "Do you know that this poison comes from a genius in Zhongzhou State? It's the poison of extreme cold, and the poison of extreme heat. I know more than you, but I don't have the antidote. Murphy, do you have it?" "I don't have it." Murphy's voice trembled more and more. "Oh, you don't have it?" His Majesty repeated in a slightly dull voice. He sighed slowly and said, "Murphy, I'm very disappointed." He turned around and looked at the little girl whose hand was held by Murphy. His voice became soft. "How old is she?" Murphy's body suddenly shook, and his voice became soft. He subconsciously wanted to stand in front of the girl. His Majesty chuckled and reached out his hand. There was a breeze in the laboratory. On the broken test bench, a black speck of dust containing highly toxic poison floated up. His Majesty, dressed in black, took out a piece of chocolate and slowly opened it. The black speck of dust fell on the chocolate. His Majesty smiled gently, handed the chocolate to the girl and said softly, "Eat it." "Your Majesty." There was no trace of blood on Murphy's face. She suddenly knelt down and kowtowed frantically to His Majesty, tears streaming down her face. Her forehead touched the hard floor with great force. His Majesty could even feel the floor under his feet shaking. Blood instantly flowed out of Murphy's smooth forehead, mixing with his tears. She looked extremely embarrassed. "Your Majesty, please don't. She's still a child. Please don't." An extremely shrill cry rang out in the laboratory. Bang. His Majesty casually kicked Murphy's head. Her body slid more than 10 meters away and hit the test bench hard, making a dull sound. Mom. The little girl subconsciously turned around and shouted. His Majesty had reached out and grabbed the little girl's hair. Your Majesty, don't. Murphy's head was covered in blood. She desperately crawled toward her daughter. His Majesty's eyes were cold. He pinched the little girl's mouth and put the chocolate directly into her mouth. Murphy was dumbfounded. Her whole body froze in place. After a long time, she let out an extremely shrill scream of despair. Don't worry. His Majesty's voice sounded. This poison has contaminated the alloy. The toxicity has decreased, and the amount is very small. Your daughter won't die, at least for a few months. His voice was soft and clear. Dear Murphy, if you want to save your daughter, you have to work hard. I want the antidote. Do you understand? He smiled and patted the little girl's face. Look, what a lovely child. What an innocent child. I believe you, Murphy. Save her. I beg you, okay? In the soft voice, Murphy lay there in a daze. The blood on her forehead kept flowing down along with her tears, and she couldn't stop it. His Majesty took the girl's hand and walked out. The moment the door closed, the girl stood at the door, looked at her mother lying inside, and said softly, Mom. The target's physical data has stabilized. Most of the data is below the minimum value, but it has stopped declining. Switzerland, Forgotten City. In the biological laboratory, Nayland Shuring stared at the data fed back on the screen, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. What does this mean? Lin Fengting asked immediately. This means that the target has escaped from the situation of certain death. We have completed the initial prediction. Now she is not a living person, but she is not dead either. Nayland Shuring's voice was a little tired. Next, she needs to wait. The effect of the war god's body is very good for her. This time, the fusion is almost perfect, but her injuries are too heavy. I need to develop the third generation of eternal life as soon as possible, so that she can recover. She paused and continued. As for the next period of time, she can only sleep like this. I don't want it to take a long time. Qin Weibai turned to look at Nayland Shuring. She can't afford to wait, and neither can we. Dr. Nayland, I don't want to threaten you, but the development of eternal life must be accelerated. Otherwise, your Wang family of Beihai may not be able to afford to wait. Nayland Shuring's face darkened for a moment, but she still nodded. She didn't say much to Qin Weibai. She just looked at Lin Fengyue on the side and whispered, I'm going back to Tiannan soon. There are some things I need to communicate with you. I'll come here about once a month. During this period, please take care of her. Okay. Lin Fengyue nodded and stretched out her hand. This way, please. Nayland Shuring nodded and followed Lin Fengyue. Qin Weibai stood behind and quietly looked at Nayland Shuring's back. The light in her eyes became more and more complicated. You shouldn't be too tough. Lin Fengting was silent for a moment and glanced at Qin Weibai. At present, no one can replace Nayland Shuring. I will pay attention to her attitude and give her a warning, but your attitude can be softer. Qin Weibai was silent for a while. She also knew that her attitude was a little aggressive. So she nodded and said, I will try to ease it. She took a deep breath and whispered, Horsewoman. Boss. Horsewoman took a step forward. Haven't you found the person I asked you to find? Qin Weibai's tone was a little tired. No. At present, I have mobilized the intelligence organization of the Lin clan according to your order, but the news we got is that the target has been kidnapped and disappeared 7 months ago. The family of 3 has all disappeared. Their family has chosen to call the police. Star State is very angry about this. The FBI has been investigating some suspects, but so far, there has been no result. Horsewoman shook her head and smiled bitterly. Is that Dr. Murphy really so important? Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. Qin Weibai had used the intelligence system of the Lin clan to find a researcher named Murphy in Star State. He naturally knew about this, but he had never heard of this name. Maybe she is more important than you think. Qin Weibai whispered. This is the only candidate I can think of who can replace Nayland Shuring. She may be a little worse, but she is relatively the best. Nayland Shuring is not reliable, so we at least need a good enough candidate. Lin Fengting sighed softly and was about to speak. Grunt, grunt, grunt. A series of subtle sounds suddenly rang out. Lin Fengting and Qin Weibai were stunned. Their faces suddenly changed. They turned around at the same time and looked at the huge nutrition chamber behind them. In the nutrition chamber, at this time, countless nutrient solutions were constantly evaporating at a very fast speed. Lin Fengyue, who had just disappeared, suddenly pushed open the door of the small laboratory and rushed out. She said excitedly, "All the data of the injured are recovering, and all the data have broken through the minimum value. Her condition is improving. My God, it's incredible." "Really, Puff?" As soon as Qin Weibai opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of her mouth without warning. A thin layer of white mist instantly enveloped her body. Her body trembled, and she struggled to say something, but her body softly fell to the ground. Everyone's face changed dramatically. "Boss!" Horsewoman suddenly screamed. Qin Weibai tried to open her eyes. Her eyes were focused, but everything in her sight began to become dark. In the endless darkness, a light was emerging little by little. The corner of her mouth moved. The darkness disappeared completely. A flame completely occupied the dark night, burning crazily in her consciousness, and then disappeared in a flash. Apex. Chapter 749. Qin Weibai snorted softly. Crystal beads of blood flowed down from the corners of her mouth, and an inexplicable pain swept through her whole body. Her face suddenly turned snow white, and her whole body trembled violently. A fine white mist surged out of her body. It was hazy and full of vitality. The white mist appeared and disappeared, quickly absorbed by her. She opened her eyes wide and swayed, but her consciousness became extremely clear. She couldn't even faint if she wanted to. The scene in front of her seemed to have completely returned to normal. She could see the ceiling of the laboratory, and countless high-tech instruments were working. Lin Fengting's face was extremely ugly, and he asked loudly what was going on. Farther away, Lin Fengxue and Nalin Shuriying had come out quickly. Some researchers had already rushed over to open an instrument that could detect physical indicators. Horsewoman carefully picked her up and rushed to the instrument. The familiar scene disappeared. Her vision turned pitch black again. A burning flame appeared in the pitch black space. The fire kept rising. The severe pain swept through her whole body like a storm. She couldn't help but groan and clenched her fists tightly. What the hell is going on? Lin Fengting was completely inexplicable. A minute ago, Qin Weibai was fine, and he had never heard of her having any disease or injury. But now, she suddenly became like this. Lin Fengting hated this feeling. In the next 20 years, Qin Weibai would be extremely important to the entire Lin clan. She was now the acting patriarch of the Lin clan. To put it bluntly, her current safety was even more important than Lin Fengting's own. Record her physical data, and do a detailed examination immediately. Prepare to activate the number 3 drug, and stabilize her condition first. Nalin Shuriying said in a hurried tone. Horsewoman carefully held Qin Weibai and put her in the instrument. It was less than 10 meters away, but she had already broken out in a cold sweat. Qin Weibai's body was completely in contact with the instrument. The instrument, which had already started to operate, suddenly lit up a large number of signal lights. A hazy light curtain filled the inside of the instrument, completely enveloping Qin Weibai's body. The white mist around her was still slightly undulating, and the whole picture looked extremely psychedelic. The hazy light curtain kept scanning Qin Weibai's body. Nalin Shuriying stood in front of an instrument and operated the screen. Countless data was brushed up like a stream and was quickly recorded. A virtual image of Qin Weibai's physical condition emerged. The image was dynamic, and it was constantly analyzing the situation inside Qin Weibai's body. Nalin Shuriying stared at the screen, and her eyes became more and more confused, as if she had encountered something very difficult to understand. What happened? Lin Fengting walked over and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the patterns and data that he couldn't understand. The situation is a bit strange. Nalin Shuriying shook her head. What a powerful vitality. What do you mean? Lin Fengting asked. Nalan Shuying hesitated for a moment. Instead of answering directly, she quickly switched the screen. The big screen immediately split into two screens, and two virtual images appeared. The data on the two screens kept alternating. Nalan Shuying watched for a while, and her eyes gradually lit up with disbelief. She said softly, "What the hell is going on?" "I'm the one asking you." Lin Fengting's tone was a little impatient. Qin Weibai suddenly became like this, which really tested her mentality. At present, according to the data analysis of the instrument, Boss Qin's situation is the same as that of the person inside. Nalan Shuying finally spoke. As she spoke, she pointed to the closed nutrition chamber nearby. "What do you mean?" Lin Fengting's body shook violently. The same situation? Did Qin Weibai also need the body of the god of war and a long sleep? Lin Fengting's eyes became cold in an instant. He looked at Nalan Shuying and said in a cold voice, "Make it clear." The person inside was so seriously injured because of the 13th floor. But this matter had nothing to do with Qin Weibai. How could their situation be the same? If someone had done something, Nalan Shuying was the most suspicious person among all the people present. Did something happen to the Wang family of Beihai? Lin Fengting's eyes flickered. He could tolerate many things, but if Nalan Shuying really attacked Qin Weibai, he could not tolerate it. The Lin clan could not tolerate it either. Qin Weibai might have many identities, but she was now the patriarch of the Lin clan. Attacking the patriarch of the Lin clan was tantamount to a formal declaration of war. Nalan Shuying's heart beat fiercely. Facing Lin Fengting's cold eyes, she shook her head and said, "You misunderstood me. Boss Qin is fine at present, but her injury is exactly the same as that of the person inside. But compared with the person inside, the damage to her body is very light. They have the same kind of injury, but the severity is different. If you use the value as an example, the severity of the person inside is about 100, while the severity of Boss Qin is about 1. Moreover, there is a very strong vitality in Boss Qin's body, which can probably perfectly offset her injury. The situation just now should be a sudden outburst, and now it is being made up by the vitality. Boss Qin will be fine after a short rest." Lin Fengting looked at her quietly. His expression was as if he was listening to a book from heaven. "You said little Bai is injured?" he asked slowly. Nalan Shuying nodded and said, "Yes." "Ridiculous," Lin Fengting said coldly. "How did she get injured? And it's the same injury as that person. Do you think it's possible?" Just a moment ago, she was still fine. This is indeed ridiculous, and this is what I can't understand the most. Nalan Shuying nodded and frowned, as if she didn't know how to phrase it. An exclamation suddenly sounded. Lin Fengyue's excited voice sounded. "Fengting, the patient's physical index has stabilized. It's completely stabilized." Lin Fengting turned around and asked, "Whose index?" "Hers." Lin Fengyue stretched out her hand and pointed to the nutrition pod, with an incredulous look on her face. "Don't ask me, I don't know how it's done." In the nutrition pod, the nutrient solution that had been consumed almost in an instant was replenished again. A new set of data appeared on the computer. When Chairman Qin's accident happened, the body's stats were rising, and it wasn't temporary. From the looks of it, the growth of the stats is very stable. If her original state was neither dead nor alive, then from the looks of it now, she's alive, but she's closer to death. How could such a thing happen? We didn't do anything. Is it the body of the god of war? Lin Fengyue kept talking. It has nothing to do with the body of the god of war. Dr. Lin, you can come and have a look at this. Nalan Shuying's voice sounded. Lin Fengyue was stunned and came to Nalan Shuying's instrument. Countless data were still flowing on the instrument. Lin Fengyue's pupils suddenly shrank and she whispered, "Is this Boss Qin's physical data?" Nalan Shuying nodded. This, Lin Fengyue was dumbfounded. "Why?" "Okay." Lin Fengting suddenly spoke with a gloomy face. "Now is not the time for you to discuss with each other. I need to know what is going on." Lin Fengyue glanced at him and frowned, as if she didn't know what to say for a while. "I don't know if you can understand," Lin Fengyue said slowly. To put it simply, we regard the palace master's injury as a kind of disease. Now this disease, we temporarily name it 0. The palace master's disease can be said to be incurable. In terms of values, her disease value has reached 100. Lin Fengting felt that this statement was a bit familiar. And now, Boss Qin is infected with the same disease as the palace master, but her disease is very light, and the value is only 1. The value of 100 is the value of the palace master stabilized by the body of the god of war, but just now, this value suddenly decreased. We are not sure how much it decreased, but the palace master's injury has indeed improved greatly, at least by nearly 1/10. This may be the reason why Boss Qin is in this situation. Lin Fengting's pupils suddenly shrank. You mean that part of the palace master's injury suddenly transferred to Little White, and now they share the palace master's injury? More than that. Lin Fengyue shook her head. At least for now, it seems like Chief Qin is only taking on a small part of the responsibility. Most of the responsibility seems to have suddenly disappeared, or maybe someone else is taking it. I just don't know who it is. Moreover, Boss Qin suddenly has a lot more vitality in her body, and we don't know what is going on. Similarly, we don't know why she can bear the injury with the palace master. Lin Fengting stopped talking. He stood in place, and was silent for a long time, with a solemn face. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Stealing heaven." What is stealing heaven? Nailan Shuriying and Lin Fengyue asked at the same time. Lin Fengting shook his head with a wry smile. Stealing heaven was naturally not a scientific thing. It was a word he heard from Lin Su. As the metaphysics grandmaster of the Lin clan, Lin Su's cultivation was not much worse than that of Xian Xuanzi and Great Master Wu Wei. Stealing heaven involved a lot of mysteries of heaven and fate, and it could be said to be the highest achievement in their profession. The general principle was to completely connect 2 or 3 people who were most closely related to fate. When they were together, they condensed infinite vitality into a chain that tied up the fate of several people, so that they could bear the injury together. It sounded mysterious, and it was not easy to do. According to Lin Su, since they wanted to steal heaven and change their fate, then the connection between the fate of several people must be close to a certain extent. At the same time, the so-called chain condensed by vitality must be strong enough. As for the strength, it needed enough vitality. According to him, only the fate of the country contained the strongest vitality. For example, the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. Even if the dragon vein existed, there was a saying in metaphysics that the dragon's head could not be seen. If someone was the dragon's head, someone must be the dragon's tail. It was difficult for the entire dragon vein to completely gather on one person. If this could not be done, the chain would be unstable and the fate of several people could not be tied up. The dragon vein was the execution tool of stealing heaven, but the foundation was another thing. As for what it was, Lin Su was not very clear. Even if all these could be possessed, the executor was difficult to find. Without enough understanding of the mysteries of heaven and fate, it was impossible to steal heaven. Those who could do this were mostly grandmasters in the same field. Stealing heaven and changing fate was against the will of heaven. If it was really implemented, there must be a price to pay. No one was willing to sacrifice themselves for nothing. Therefore, as the highest achievement in metaphysics, stealing heaven and changing fate was mostly a theory. The Lin clan's information in this regard was also vague. After all, no one had realized it. But this seen dragon vein? Li Tianlan had it. As for the foundation, Great Master Wu Wei might be able to provide it. As for the executor, Xian Xuanzi also joined the Samsara Palace. That was to say, the theory might become reality. Xian Xuanzi was dead. Lin Fengting sighed softly and walked to Qin Weibai's side. How do you feel? He asked softly. Qin Weibai had calmed down. She opened her eyes, which were blank and unfocused. The sound of her heartbeat constantly vibrated in her consciousness, synchronized with her own heartbeat. One heartbeat was extremely clear and powerful, with the power of mountains and seas, while the other heartbeat was extremely weak. Qin Weibai blinked her eyes hard. She reached out her hand and gently touched the air in front of her. What is she doing? Lin Fengting frowned slightly. Nalan Shuriying shook her head and said honestly, I don't know. There was no sound. There was no light. Qin Weibai seemed to be completely immersed in her own world. Her attention was absolutely focused, and seemed to have entered a new height. Everything in the darkness in front of her was gradually fading. The darkness was slowly fading. The fire in front of her burned and rose into the air, flying away and getting farther and farther. The fire disappeared. The darkness disappeared. A large expanse of soft and warm foam appeared in front of Qin Weibai. The foam completely wrapped her whole body, with the smell of nutrient solution. In a trance, Qin Weibai seemed to feel that she had turned her head. Her sight was clear and bright. She passed through the nutrient solution and saw a huge sealed nutrition chamber. The light shone in from outside the nutrition chamber. She saw the neatly arranged high-tech instruments. She saw Horsewoman. She saw Lin Fengyue, Lin Fengting, and Nalan Shuriying. Then she saw herself. She was lying on an instrument. She reached out and touched the air in front of her. Phew! Qin Weibai suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, and her face was pale. Boss, how are you? Horsewoman took a step forward and looked at Qin Weibai with panic in her eyes. Qin Weibai kept taking deep breaths. She shook her head and was a little uncertain. I just seemed to be dreaming. The long darkness was like an unexplored forbidden zone of thinking, but it was also like a vast and boundless space that really existed. The burning flame brought a glimmer of light in the absolute darkness. The flame was burning, but it was extremely cold around her. She was a flame. She kept shuttling in the long silence and almost eternal darkness. She didn't know where she was. She could feel that her body was soaked in the nutrient solution. Vaguely, she seemed to hear Mr. Lin talking. She heard Horsewoman's voice. Countless voices were torn apart into a messy sound line. Her thoughts seemed to leave her body and rush to the distance. It was like a dream, but it was the most realistic dream. She could feel the feeling of walking step by step into the dream from reality. The boundless darkness was not fleeting, but continuous and long. She quietly counted the time. There was no time in the night. The time was not synchronized, and there was no meaning in existence. The distance was not synchronized, and it was also meaningless. Her thoughts were like a flame, constantly floating in the long and distant darkness, without life and death, without any emotion. 1 year, 2 years. 10 years, 20 years. She felt tired. The spiritual power of the transcendent realm seemed to have signs of collapse in the eternal darkness. The flame kept trembling. In the extreme darkness, glimmers of light lit up one after another. They were like stars, pulsing with her thoughts. In the almost numb coldness, she felt a touch of warmth for the first time. Once again, she heard the voice and saw the light. From today onwards, I am your family. Everyone here is your family. Vaguely, she heard someone talking. It was a quiet, incomparably warm voice. Her thoughts extended out frantically along the voice. The darkness disappeared. A delicate small city appeared in her sight. Under the blue sky, the whole city was like a garden. Some people were walking in the garden carefreely. All the vehicles were driving underground. There were birds chirping in the city, and some animals were also walking freely in the city. A middle-aged man held the hands of 2 children, and his voice was a little tired. The 2 children were a boy and a girl. The boy was only about 3 years old, but his expression was extremely stubborn. The girl was a little older, wearing dirty little clothes. She was held by the man, and was a little timid. Forgotten city, she said timidly. Where is this? This is our home. In Switzerland. The middle-aged man whispered. My home is in Linen. I want to find my mother. The little girl lowered her head and said cautiously, I want to find my grandparents. The muscles on the middle-aged man's face twitched, and there was a touch of extreme anger and helplessness in his eyes. The boy on the side was quiet and motionless. Dad, Mom and Grandma have gone to a faraway place. They asked me to take care of you for the time being. When you grow up, you can go to find them by yourself, okay? The man touched the girl's hair with his palm. Okay. The 2 children spoke at the same time. A one-armed young man walked over slowly. His face was pale, and his body was shaky. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Dad. The young man nodded to the middle-aged man and called him. How are your injuries? The middle-aged man asked softly. Fortunately, I won't die. The young man forced a smile, and there was a touch of hostility on his face, which had not been worried before. My right hand is gone. I can still draw the sword with my left hand. The 3-year-old boy stared at the young man's empty right arm, and looked a little curious. The young man bent down and seemed to feel a little inconvenient. He simply knelt down in front of the little boy on one knee and touched his head with his left hand. How old are you? The boy shook his head. He didn't know how old he was, and no one cared about this. Still a child, the young man said softly. The young man said softly. He pointed at his empty sleeves and asked, Are you afraid? The boy still shook his head and said nothing. The young man hesitated, and a small sword slipped out of his left cuff and handed it to the boy. Do you like it? Yes. The boy nodded, and his voice was clear. This is something that will accompany you for a lifetime. The young man laughed, and his eyes were complicated. I hope you can be safe and happy all your life, but you are the son of my best brother. Child, you have your own responsibilities and hatred. I am almost a useless person now. In the future, I can only rely on you. The middle-aged man hesitated, let go of the boy's palm, and whispered, I have decided to accept him as an apprentice. The young man was stunned and said with a smile, The seniority is a bit messy. I have made an agreement with him. This is my adopted son. But it doesn't matter. He took the boy's hand and whispered, My name is Lin Yuxian. From today on, I am your adopted father. I can teach you everything I know. If I can't, I will find someone to teach you. What's your name? Li Dongcheng. The boy glanced at the middle-aged man and whispered, I hope you can remember a name. Maybe it will be your lifelong enemy. What's your name, godfather? Haotian. I am about 2 years older than you. My father? Why did he die? Winner takes all. There is nothing despicable in this world. When despicable is put on someone's head and put in the history book, it doesn't matter whether he is hateful or not. What matters is that he must be a loser. Dongcheng, your father is not such a person. He just neglected it and failed. Grandma family. Don't think about them. Dongcheng, keep them in your heart. One day, you will get them back. What about your arm, godfather? It was cut off, but it doesn't matter. Your mother killed him for me. I don't need you, boy. This is your father's kendo. It is much more perfect than the Lin clan's kendo. Can you stand it? Yes. But your injury is very serious. Oh, it doesn't matter. Go to your master later. He has something to give you. Your body is on the verge of collapse. Rest for a while, or you will die. Before I die, all the people who deserve to die will die. In the dim light, the 15-year-old boy's face was tough and indifferent. The light kept alternating. The 4 seasons were changing. It was like a dream from a very long time ago. The firelight stayed there, watching the changes year after year. Her mind had been calm without any fluctuation. Bastard, who let you go? Do you want to die? Do you know you almost couldn't come back? But I killed him. Yes, you killed him, and you will die too. But I still killed him. I killed an invincible realm expert, but I am not invincible. Shut up. What's so great about killing an invincible realm expert? Godfather died in his hands. I killed him and his family. I avenged my godfather. Ahem, master. Do you know that I don't even dare to go to my godfather's grave to kowtow every Qingming festival? This is just the first one. The Wang family of Beihai Kunlun City, the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, the Heroes Club, none of them can run away. They will all die. I will kill them all. Shut up. You should rest now. The dragon shows its head but not its tail. The dim sunlight shone on the verdant forgotten city. The man in the wheelchair was extremely dry, but he smiled contentedly. I took the fate of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Celestial Emperor? The Celestial Emperor, who carries the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State, is just a dog. He bowed down first. Dongcheng, from now on, There is no need for Zhongzhou state. You are the dragon vein, and only the dragon vein. From now on, the world will not only know Xian Xuanzi and Wu Wei, but also me, Lin Su. The dragon shows its head but not its tail. In the future, if possible, spare Celestial Emperor Huawu's life. You need someone to carry the dragon's tail for you. The dim yellow in the sky gradually disappeared. The man in the wheelchair disappeared with the wind little by little. At the moment when day and night alternated, he stood up and whispered, I entered the invincible realm. Jiang Qiansong died. The headquarters of the Jiang family of South America was directly blown up. The Lin clan's new invincible realm appeared. The Lin clan saint. What is the Sword Dynasty? Pass my order. The Heroes Club declared war on the Sword Dynasty today. I'd like to see how capable a young man who hasn't even grown his hair can be. Then I'll show you. Within a year, the Heroes Club and the Jiang family were destroyed. Li Dongqing lost his mind and slaughtered 16 wealthy consortiums in Star State. At present, Star State, Snow Country, Zhongzhou State, and England have formally submitted an application to the United Nations. The United Nations has approved the application and officially declared the Sword Dynasty a terrorist organization. They will launch an all-out attack. The Lin clan withdrew from Switzerland. Everyone disappeared. The Sword Dynasty is finished. The Lin clan is also finished. They are courting death. What do you want to do? Let go of them. Bastard Li Dongqing. What do you want to do? Mr. President, you're too excited. Is this your mother? The sword light flashed for a moment. A head was directly chopped off. The head flew into the arms of the middle-aged white man with a lot of blood. Take a good look. Is she your mother? Oh, your son is so cute. How do you want him to die? Don't speak? How about this? Swish. In the scream, an arm was directly cut off. No. Swish. Another arm. No. Stop. Oh, okay, I'll stop. He's bleeding a lot. Tisk, it's beautiful. Call the doctor, call the doctor, call the doctor. The doctor is on the way, along with some special forces from your country. Jingzhe, how's the situation? 5 minutes. I'll kill them all. Did you hear that? They might not be able to come. Come, here's your phone. Call some others to try. The United Nations officially withdrew the charges against the Sword Dynasty and clarified that everything was just a misunderstanding. The world will not forget the Sword Dynasty's support for them. His Majesty Li Dongqing, as a famous philanthropist, has been officially awarded the Peace Medal by the European Union. Nobel Peace Prize winner, Li Dongqing. Light flashed and time passed. That ball of fire floated quietly in the dreamland that seemed real and illusory. That year, Li Dongqing was already 33 years old. The Sword Dynasty swept across Europe. The Lin clan regained control of Switzerland. That year, Li Dongqing lost the sword that he thought would accompany him for the rest of his life. Because of this sword, he was called His Majesty. His Majesty the Sword God. Time flew by in a hurry. The invincible realm experts in the entire Dark World died one by one. The Sword Dynasty's bases were built all over the world. The administrative department of the Sword Dynasty officially issued a document. His Majesty Li Dongqing will come to Zhongzhou State in 2 days. The administrative department asked the Zhongzhou State Parliament to be ready to welcome him. His Majesty will stay in Lin and Yuzhou and Beihai. In the firelight, her mind had become extremely slow. She watched Li Dongqing arrive in Linen. She watched the plane fly from Linen to Beihai. All the light disappeared. In the long, almost eternal darkness, it seemed that decades had passed. She saw the wind and snow in Beihai. She saw Li Dongqing walk up Mount Dibing, where summer solstice was guarding. Father's sword. The firelight trembled. She felt a strong and complete vitality. The vitality was like a dragon, sweeping across the land of Zhongzhou State. In the dark, the complete dragon vein in Li Dongqing's body was broken. The dragon tail that belonged to his era was transferred to Li Tianlan. And the dragon tail of this era rushed into Li Dongqing's body with unimaginable vitality. So each was complete. So each was perfect. Li Dongqing disappeared. Eternal darkness and silence enveloped everything again. The extremely long dream that seemed to last for 100 years seemed to begin to break apart. Once again, she saw a flash of light. The light and shadow were eroded by the darkness little by little. In a trance, it was like a small village in a province in the south of Zhongzhou state. A plainly dressed girl was walking quietly on the road. Her appearance was exquisite and perfect. Although her clothes were plain, she looked like a noble and proud little princess. Behind the girl was an old monk in a cassock with a kind face. "Where are you going?" the old monk asked softly. "It's probably in front, if I remember correctly." The girl raised her head and looked quietly at a seemingly ordinary orphanage in front of her with a pair of bright eyes. "Are you looking for someone here?" the monk asked curiously. "Who are you looking for?" "I don't know," the girl whispered. "I'm here to have a look. Whether I can find him or not, from today on, I should have my own name." She walked forward slowly and entered the orphanage. A girl in a small dress full of patches happened to walk out of the door. The two girls froze for a moment at the same time and looked at each other blankly. In each other's eyes, there was a face that was exactly the same as each other's. "You." The girl clutched the patches on her clothes and looked at the girl in front of her who was as proud as a palace master. She whispered, "Who are you? What's your name?" The proud girl looked at her, her eyes calm and indifferent. I'm Qin Wei Bai." The girl asked timidly, "Who are you?" "I'm Qin Wei Bai." The girl nodded and said lightly. "But..." The girl hesitated and seemed to want to cry. "Who am I?" "You. From today on your name is Gu Xianyan." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.